Hello race fans and welcome along to the 54th Annual New Zealand Super Saloon Championships here from Central Motor Speedway in Cromwell. Night number 2, and if last night was to go by, a few of the drivers had we could say a difficult time on the track. At the moment, the track looking absolutely beautiful at the moment. The conditions in the sky, it is overcast, the sun is trying to pop through, but they'll hopefully keep the water in the track and we should have a drivey surface, so hopefully these super saloons will do some passing around the outside of what we want to see. Obviously, everyone tuning in on the Pits Media TV, thank you for joining in the live stream at the moment. In terms of the points, it is the 18M car of Sam Waddell who leads it on 57 points. In second from Mount Maunganui is Scott Hayward on 56. In third on 55 points is the 58C car of Richie Taylor. Fourth equal on 54 points is the 1NZ of Chris Cowling, the 19C of Malcolm Natai, and the 861D of Ricky Bolton. At the moment, all these cars getting lined up to do the Grand Parade as we head it back up to Daryl Shuttleworth. He'll be your voice in the commentary box. My name's Gabriel Bowen. I'll be doing the interviews for tonight, but we'll head it up to Daryl in the commentary box as these Super Saloons start to get out and ready for their Grand Parade.
Saloon Cup, we had the first night of racing for that there. Support the sponsors that support us here at Central Motor Speedway. Alrighty folks, time to welcome out
Yeah, that's right. We are here with the 34T car of Ray Stewart. Ray, not the greatest of nights last night, however, you've still got 2 more heats to try and get up in that top echelon for the 34 lap feature.
Yeah, last night, well, I think we ended up about 12th in the points, and tonight I got 2 heats that maybe I can grab another 2 or 3 places, but it's pretty hard going out there. The majority of those cars are all fast, and there's not a lot of passing. We're all going pretty fast the whole lot. The lap times are reasonably close between all the guys on the track. It's going to be hard asked to get any further than maybe 10th up there for us, I think.
How have you been finding this 4-bar system at the back end of the car? It's probably a wee bit new for you.
She's a major head watt, you know. Yeah, it's quite difficult. We've started from scratch with it, and we've been through some bad racing with it, with lots of bouncing and that's going on, but bit by bit we're actually getting on top of it. But the problem for us is we've started from scratch with a 4-bar, and there's several cars here have been at it for 3 odd years, and so they've got 3 years of knowledge above what we've got. We're getting there, but it'll take another season to get on top of it.
And obviously 34 laps for the feature. Nice wee homage there for you at the Super Saloon Champs for you.
Yeah, it's. I actually asked for 35 laps, and the powers that be in the Cromwell Speedway here said, no, 34. So, okay, I'll take that, thank you.
And obviously sponsors on the car you want to thank as well?
Yeah, Heavy Tracks Hire is our big main sponsor, Vertex Lubricants, and really that's pretty much where we've been from day one. So, yeah.
Alrighty, good luck for tonight. Hopefully see you on that podium, eh?
Yeah, well, we'll see what we can do, eh?
Yeah, that's right, Darragh here with the 21N Ian Burson. Had to talk to a Nelson driver, being the former Nelsonian that I am. And Ian, not the greatest of nights, but he's still got 2 more heats to try and get as much points to be in that high up in that feature race.
Yeah, that's right, mate. But yeah, it's just like anything, isn't it? You got to be out there, and you got to be in to win, eh? Like, yeah, we have struggled. We've struggled with our car all season, so. Yeah, the 27th of December we decided that we weren't going any good with our 4-bar, so we cut the back of the car off from behind the seat, and last night was our first night with our new setup. So yeah, we're pretty happy where we're at. It's a lot better than where we were probably going to be. So yeah, we'll just go out there tonight and a bit of a fresh mind and give it heaps, eh? Like yeah, you don't know until the last the 34th lap who's won.
Obviously, you had a wee bit of trouble with that 4-bar solution. The old saying is, I think it looked like more like a pogo stick out on the track. Just got rid of that, got back to the torsion, back to the old Ian Burson, and you look much quicker out there on the track.
Oh, it's just a lot more comfortable, and it's not that the 4-bar wouldn't have worked for us, but we just haven't got the time for the R&D. So yeah, we've got a few surprises for next year, and we'll see what comes of it. And yeah, we may be a 2-car team next year, maybe a 3-car team, I'm not sure, but I'm really looking forward to next year at this stage. But yeah, we'll get this one out of the way first and go out there and put a show on.
Obviously a long way down from Nelson, got a few sponsors you want to thank?
Oh yeah, all the sponsors, especially Debbie the Webster. She's here today. She's been a supporter for the last 8 or 10 years, and she's just fantastic backer of our team. Even the kids stuff, she always looks after us, and thinks of us before herself. So we're really grateful. Tate's New Zealand, Brooks Auto Painters, Aotea Electrical, Tony's Engineering, and yeah, I think that's about it. Oh, and BL Graphics and Worth, yeah. Brado Lennon does a fantastic job with our design work, and yeah, we're just really wrapped with his team at Transform Graphics in Christchurch. They get this thing looking mean, and yeah, keep looking after it in top shape.
All right, good luck for the couple heats coming up. Hopefully talk to you a wee bit later, eh, on that podium.
Oh, here's hoping, eh? But yeah, Christmas has been and gone for me, so it might be next year. But hey, we'll go out there and we'll make up the numbers, and if it feels good, we'll see what happens.
Righty, we'll head back up to you, Daryl.
Of course, the old baby-faced assassin down there in Burson. Yeah, very, very good. And if anyone is going to cause an upset here this afternoon, it'll certainly be that man. Now, Susie Walker is one of our photographers here at Central Motor Speedway. Now, Susie does an absolutely fantastic job. She's married to Bruce Walker, and they've been married 45 years today. So congratulations to Susie and Bruce, 45th wedding anniversary. And what a way to spend it at the Speedway. How romantic. So a massive congratulations to both Susie and Bruce. So I have been told that Gabe is down in the pit area there, and he's managed to track down the president of Speedway New Zealand, Ricky Bolton. We'll head down pit side.
Yeah, we're here with the 861D, tied fourth equal at the moment. Ricky, you've got to be pretty happy with that after the first night.
Yeah, kudos to the club. Like that track last night, a little bit dusty, but 35 degree heat or 34 yesterday, and to dish up a track that was pretty even for all of us. Nobody really stood out. I mean, obviously Richie and Sam Waddell were probably the class of the field last night, but yeah, we're pretty happy with where we're going. We're race car drivers, you always want to be faster and better, you know, but pretty happy.
And obviously president of Speedway New Zealand at the moment. You've got a tough job kind of juggling between the two at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of people get confused. I'm the president of Speedway New Zealand in the boardroom, but at the racetrack I'm just Ricky, the race car driver, and I'm a red-blooded Kiwi male, wants to win just like the rest, you know. So yeah, I get a little bit annoyed when calls don't go my way, just like any driver, you know. So no, I enjoy it. That's why I keep doing it, and I'm happy with where Speedway New Zealand is with the rules, and it's a democratic process. So that's all we can ask for.
Obviously, got a couple more heats. What are your grids for the last two coming up?
I'm grid 2 in the next one, and Mark Osborne's beside me, so look out. She'll be the two hot rods off the front, as I call it, on a fresh track too. So, and then I come from grid 6 in my next heat, and that's going to be a massive race because we've got Sam Waddell, we've got Kane Lawson, we've got Mark Osborne, all in that group. There's so many good cars here. There's 20 that could win it easy tonight. 34 laps later on. I was wrung out like an old rag after 12 last night, so 34. I'm hoping I'm going to be fit enough.
Probably a good thing they didn't go race Stewart's age, eh?
Yeah, that's why Ray's one of my idols. You know, at his age to be doing what he does, and I know how hard it is. And I just take my hat off to those guys that are still doing it in their senior years.
Obviously, a few sponsors on the car you want to thank getting you here.
BRT, Gypsy Royal Stud, and Phantom Eldercare. So they've been pretty good. They looked after us quite a few years now. So yeah, awesome.
Righty, good luck for tonight. Hopefully see you on that podium, eh?
Wouldn't that be wicked? Thanks, team.
Righty, said you back up to you, Daryl.
There we go, folks. Ricky Bolton, president of Speedway New Zealand, or race car driver Ricky, as he calls himself here this afternoon. Just had another message through as well. We've got a 21st birthday here today as well. Jordan Pilato, who is actually crewing for Craig Cardwell, the 3NZ machine. It's actually his 21st birthday here this afternoon. So a very, very happy birthday to you, Jordan. And also one of the Pits media cameramen, young Jack Dowling. He's out in the infield there on the camera on the back of the heavy tracks hire truck. It's his birthday today as well, just 13 years of age. So just a young bloke doing an absolutely fantastic job for Pits Media, the youngest cameraman there. So 13 years of age, capturing the pictures that you see on the screen if you're sitting at home. So very, very cool indeed. And of course, anyone else out in the crowd there celebrating a birthday or a special event today, congratulations, well done. Very, very good. In fact, Katie in the lap scoring box beside me, she had a birthday yesterday, 34 years old. She had a massive cake in there, and I didn't even get offered any. Hard to believe. But one thing I did get given today, which I thought was quite cool, but I don't know what they're trying to tell me. They've given me a wee bag, a little paper bag, bare naked soap. So I got that there, so I don't know whether they're telling me that I smell or what the deal is, but I'm going to take some of this bare naked soap home with me. So a big thanks for those samples of soap. Very, very nice smelling. So, yeah, thank you very much. I'll take anything for nothing, folks, trust me. Anyway, we might go to a quick break here, and we'll be back in action very, very shortly. But we'll head down to the pit area, and of course, everyone's favourite Super Saloon driver down there, Richie Taylor. He's caught up with the game.
Righty, we are here with the 58C car of Richie Taylor. Richie, pretty good night last night, third on points.
Yeah, we're happy. We didn't get involved in anything. We had basically no work to do, so just maintenance and look after the car. Really happy with the cars going, and didn't take any crazy chances, just had fun.
And obviously in one of those races, you're pretty damn good at the moment. I think it was about 6 and you ended up in the front, just passing around the outside. Looked pretty smooth out there.
Yeah, the car was just, I just loved it. It was just eating it up. So yeah, I had a great time. It was good.
Obviously, crew chief Sam was doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, he's on the case, old Sam. He just keeps calm.
And obviously, sponsors on the car you want to thank as well.
Yeah, obviously, again, Cylinder Head Specialists. They're awesome. Fairview Fiberglass, Edge Parts Performance, Suck It Up Limited, Transform Paint and Panel. We just got so many people. We're so fortunate to have them help us do what we do.
And And obviously you've been 2NZ, you've been 3NZ. Let's try to get that 1NZ on the side of the car, eh?
Be nice, wouldn't it? But we'll find out later.
Righty, good luck for tonight, eh?
Thanks, Gabe.
Yeah, Chris, 1NZ on the side of the car at the moment. 4th equal on the points. I wouldn't say it was the most spectacular of nights for you, just kind of plodded around and got some passes when you needed to.
Yeah, the first couple of races we just banked some points, and then the last one I would like to bank some more, but we actually ran into some issues with the motor sort of stuttering on me, so we've spent quite a few hours today working out. Hopefully we've resolved the issue. We found a few things, but yeah, the cars were alright last night, but we need to be a bit quicker. There's some of these boys are just a little bit more on us, so we've put our thinking caps on and hopefully we've got them dialed on a bit more.
How did you find that track? Because a few drivers were saying it was a wee bit tricky and different to what they're expected from Cromwell.
Yeah, I'd say it's different for sure. Like turns 3 and 4, generally you could run all the way around the top and have some momentum on the guys underneath, but that doesn't seem to be like that at the moment, and the bottom seems to be rather quick. So, look, the track's the same for everyone, and I thought it was really good last night. There was some good racing, a bit of passing. It's hard to pass though. You've got 24 cars, are the best out there at the moment. So, yeah, it's hard work and it's not easy, but it's rewarding at the end of it.
What are your grids coming up for the rest of the 2 heats?
Yeah, tonight we've got some good ones, grid 3 in the first one and grid 4 in the next one, so kind of relative good start, so hopefully I can make the most of it.
Obviously got a few sponsors on the car all the way from the mighty Tauranga. We want to thank them.
Yeah, absolutely, big crew behind us, obviously got the boys in the shed, they do a great job, but yeah, Permapine, Tauranga ITM, Base Up Contracting, look, there's a bunch of people that help support us and get us here.
Righty, hope to see that 1NZ on the side of your car still at the end of the night, eh?
Yeah, that'll be the ultimate goal, but yeah, it's just going to be a tough one, but we'll give it our best shot.
Righty, good luck, eh?
Thank you, mate.
Alrighty, race fans, welcome along to Central Motor Speedway. This is the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship for 2023-24. And on track at the moment, 2 groups have rolled out there. We have the Debbie the Webster group and the Southern Lakes ITM group out there for 12 laps of action. This is their 4th heat of the 2-day event. Of course, they did 3 heats yesterday. They will do 2 heats today before heading off into finals land. Mark Osborne will start from the front row of the grid. Car number 16, Ricky Bolton on his outside. Car number 861 from Dunedin. The second row looks like this. Car number 59, Matt Green starts from position 3. Wayne Bauk, the Insane Chassis from Australia, starts grid position 4. Shane McIntyre, car number 26 from Blenheim, starts his Hypermac from grid position 5 alongside Trevor Elliott, car 27 from Christchurch. And position 7, we see car 77, Greg Johnson from Central Motor Speedway, line up alongside Steve Cowling from Tauranga in his CB2 machine from grid position 8. And it looks like we're going racing, folks. Race number 1 of the afternoon, the Debbie the Webster group and the Southern Lakes ITM group. 12 laps of action here for the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship. Mark Osborne off the front row of the grid. He's got Ricky Bolton on his outside. And we go racing. A nice start by Osborne. He covers nicely down in turns 1 and 2. Bolton puts the nose up the inside. Has a bit of a think about it. Wayne Bauk, the mighty Mopar, down the inside of Ricky Bolton. Still very, very greasy out there at the moment. You can see these cars just feather them around turns number 3 and 4. Greg Johnson looking for a way up the inside there of Steve Cowling. They've got Green and McIntyre up ahead of them. Bauk high and wide. Oh, Trevor Elliott, drastic action down the back straight there, not to make contact. But out front at the moment, that Stealth Machine out of Woodford Glen Speedway in Christchurch. It is Mark Osborne who leads this one here. Fastest man on track, knocking out a 17.315 last time around. Bolton giving chase at the moment. He's in second place. Then we go back to Bauk. Trevor Elliott. Steve Cowling's picked himself up a few spots in the last lap. McIntyre behind him. Then we go back to Johnson and Matt Green. That's your race order at the moment. Mark Osborne looking for something up high just on the exit of turn number 3. Solid second placing in his first heat yesterday afternoon. 2 DNFs after that, so he's got a lot of points to make up here this afternoon at Central Motor Speedway. Oh, trouble there for Matt Green down in turns number 1 and 2. So car number 59 brings out the first caution of the afternoon here at Central Motor Speedway. Like Matt Green, he was sort of pulling up there a wee bit because I think Trevor Elliott it was who got a wee bit loose heading down there, and Matt went to take drastic action, and of course that there is the end result. So Osborne, Bolton, Balk. That's your top three here at the moment. Lights are out, ready for a restart. You can see the gap there between Bolton and Osborne. He's hoping to get on the gas early and get a bit of a run, but he doesn't catch Mark Osborne out. Three-time New Zealand Super Saloon champion. Powers off down the back straight. Into turns 3 and 4. Bolton down low, Osborne high. Greg Johnson, he's putting the attack on at the moment on Balk. He makes a move down the inside. Oh, contact there between the 77 of Johnson and Balk as Steve Cowling heads down to the infield. So issues for car 37. He's out of this one here. Still though, the stealth machine of Mark Osborne out in front. It's the first time he's run this car this weekend. Fastest lap of the race, Mark Osborne a 16.942. Comes through once more. He's got clear air up in front of him. Track drying out nicely. Bolton still chasing in second place. Then we go back to Greg Johnson, Wayne Balk, Trevor Elliott, Shane McIntyre and Matt Green. Last time around it was about a 1.5 second gap, first to second. Osborne really starting to stretch legs. 1.8 seconds last time around, so he's certainly extending that lead here as he gets himself into a rhythm. Comes into that tight turn 1 and 2. He said he was struggling with that yesterday a wee bit, just that tight corner. Certainly looks a whole lot more comfortable out there today. Comes around turns 3 and 4. Bolton chasing hard. Greg Johnson's really starting to reel Ricky Bolton in here at the moment. Of course, he'll be sweating on that decision from Speedway New Zealand, the contact with Wayne Balk down here in turns number 3 and 4. Osborne through once more. White flag being waved. One more lap to go for Osborne. This will certainly punch him up the points table somewhat. Johnson attacking Bolton. Not even a car length between the two cars at the moment. A good battle happening down there. But it's going to be Mark Osborne who takes this one here out with ease. Ricky Bolton, the 861, in second place ahead of the 77 of Greg Johnson. Well-driven race there for Mark Osborne. Of course, it's the Debbie the Webster group, the Southern Lakes ITM group. So you've got Osborne 3.1 seconds ahead of Ricky Bolton. Then we go back to Greg Johnson in third place, Wayne Balk in fourth, Shane McIntyre in fifth ahead of Trevor Elliott in sixth, Matt Green in seventh, and a DNF for the man from Tauranga, Steve Cowling, parked down there on the infield. But of course, he'll be back to fight another day. We'll see him in the next heat, I would imagine. A little bit of smoke just coming out the back of car 16 there as well. So I'll be wanting just to have a bit of a look at that when it comes into pit lane. There we go, folks. The first race of the afternoon done and dusted here at Central Motor Speedway.
At Wholesale Tyres in Whakatane.
Need truck tyres? Wholesale Tyres. Good tyres, better prices, great people. Anderton Decorators are a long-established Canterbury company covering the whole of the South Island who love to support their local community. If you require expert advice from design to application, then Shane has the expert team to ensure your next project is hassle-free with a professional finish. Floor to ceilings, walls to roof, inside, outside, commercial or residential. Let our team take the hassle out of your decorating. Give us a call now on 027 Painting. That's 027 724 6846. Anderton Decorators, we have you covered.
Alrighty folks, welcome back to Central Motor Speedway. Production Saloon's rolled out on track now. Of course, the winning program we've got here this weekend hasn't been claimed yet. Of course, you can grab a program from the merchandise tent and you can win yourself a voucher, $407, thanks to the Shotover family. So head on down, grab your program down there for a chance to win. And if you do have the program, you can come down to the pits there and they will have a look at your program and tell you whether you are the winner or not. So grab a program at the merchandise tent and you never know, you could win that very, very cool voucher. Let's take a look at the grids, the Oakley's group and the McDonough Contracting group. We've got Johnson starting on the front row of the grid, car number 23, Vaughan Cornelius on the outside in car number 12. Car 11 is Sam McKenzie starting from grid position 3. On his outside grid position 4, we have Ray Jagged from Wanganui. Next up, Vaughan Fairbairn, car number 17, starts from position 5. Cox, car number 66, the mighty AU Falcon, starts from grid position number 6. Stephen Nicholas, the man they call Sox. Stevie Nicks, car number 51, starts from position 7. Car number 72, Liam Gray, starts from grid position number 8. Next row back, Alex Crosby, super fast here last night. He's car number 41 from Riverside Speedway. James Westerman, car number 28 out of Christchurch, starts alongside him. Stephen Hill starts car number 38 from grid position 11. Then we go back to Gavin Hurring, a race winner here last night, starting from grid position 12, car number 6. Martin starts car 17 from position 13. And Dave McKenzie, 61. The wee Peugeot starts from grid position 14. It is the Oakley's group and the McDonough Contracting group. 10 laps of action here at Central Motor Speedway. It is the Aotea Production Saloon Cup. Alrighty folks, almost time to get underway here. Race number 1 of the afternoon for the Production Saloons. Johnson and Cornelius from the front row of the grid. Cornelius, of course, he's well up there on points at the moment, gets off to an absolute flyer of a start. Car number 12, Sam McKenzie, with a look down the inside there of Johnson. He's got Ray Jagged on his outside, a nice start by Jagged. Car number 48 out of Wanganui. Vaughan Fairbairn trying to find a way through, so's Westerman. Car number 28, amazing looking FG Falcon. Alex Crosby, he's been caught out a wee bit in this one here. He's down the order. He was super fast here last night. He's car number 41. But it's Westerman at the moment attacking the outside of Vaughan Fairbairn. That's your battle for 4th and 5th place at the moment, but Cornelius it is. Car number 12 out of Nelson, who leads down around turns number 3 and 4. Ray Jagged in 2nd place. Then we go back to Sam McKenzie. A lot of these cars starting to use the outside of the track. We didn't see that here last night. So obviously something on offer up high for these cars at the moment. So it's still Cornelius from Jagged, McKenzie, Fairbairn, Westerman. Then we go back to Gavin Hurring, the 51 machine of Stephen Nicholas, the man they call Sox. Then we go back to Liam Gray, car number 72. Cox in the AU Falcon. Alex Crosby rounds up your top 10 at the moment. In fact, Crosby's managed to get past the 66 machine. Car number 38 just getting all crossed up. That's Stephen Hill down here, the EL Falcon. He's got the race leader behind him. That's Vaughan Cornelius. Cornelius to the outside of Hill, down the back straight. Does it with ease. 3/4 of a straight length away at the moment from Ray Jagged, the man from Wanganui, car number 48. And Sam McKenzie every lap. McKenzie just working that car just a little bit wider, looking for grip. He's got Westerman behind him. Car number 28. Then we go back to Gavin Hurring in the 66 machine. Stephen Nicholas in behind him. Then it's Gray and Crosby. Vaughan Fairbairn out of this one here. This will hurt his points. Car number 17. He retires to the infield. He was certainly one of the favourites heading in to this event this weekend. So Cornelius, he can see the machine of Martin up ahead of him. Car number 17. All the way from Greymouth. Through comes Cox, Johnson, McKenzie. The race leader is right there, Vaughan Cornelius. So car 17, Vaughan Fairbairn, he's managed to rejoin. He's back out on track again, but he'll be a couple of laps down at the moment. 2 laps down as a matter of fact. Only a couple of laps to run in this one here. The first race of the afternoon for the Aotea Production Saloon Cup here at Central Motor Speedway. And your race leader goes through. That is car number 12 from Nelson. Vaughan Cornelius goes to the outside of Dave McKenzie down the back straight. Jagged still holding that second place at the moment. There's a change though for third and fourth, with Westerman getting up into third place at the moment. The Cats Kaipoi sponsored machine out of Christchurch. White flag is out. One more to run here for Vaughan Cornelius. He's in amongst lap traffic, goes to the outside of Johnson. Heads down the back straight for the last time here in this heat race. Cox and Hills are right in front of him at the moment. The two Falcons looks to thread the needle. It's Vaughan Cornelius who takes this one here out. A nice drive. Then we go back to Ray Jagged in second place, car number 48 from Wanganui. And in behind him, Westerman car number 28 out of Christchurch. So a nice drive by Cornelius. He got out in front early in that one there, took off, and in the end a 4.2, a second win over Ray Jagged in second place. James Westerman in third ahead of Sam McKenzie in fourth, Gavin Hurring in fifth. Then we go back to Stephen Nicholas in sixth, Liam Graham seventh, Alex Crosby in eighth, Matt Cox in ninth, and Maya Johnson rounding up your top 10. That there is the Oakley's Group and the McDonough Contracting Group right here at Central Motor Speedway.
Radio race fans, we're here with the Heat 1 race winner for tonight, 16C of Mark Osborne. Mark, race 1, Heat 1, you got to get that points up, eh?
Yeah, I needed it, mate, after last night's issues, but no, it was good to get a, you know, we're not going to be at the front, but I needed some points to hopefully get me midfield. So yeah, car was hooked up then, it was good, track was good, better than last night with the heat we had yesterday, but no, we just had a little oil leak in there, nothing too major. We'll fix that now and hopefully be ready for the next one too.
Obviously probably got a wee bit of a back grid drill for the next one. Just got to try and get as much points as you can, trying to extend yourself up into that feature 34 lapper coming up a wee bit later.
Yeah, I had my worst grid yesterday, which is quite good, so I think I'm starting grid 4 I think in this one, so still near the front, so just need to bank some more points and yeah, hopefully we can be in contention. So.
With yesterday, what was the problems with the car?
A few little, just little issues on our behalf, just a couple of things left loose and just new car, you know, but shit happens, we'll fix that now and yeah, we'll be on.
And obviously sponsors on the car you want to thank?
Yeah, no, all of them, mate, I've got heaps, so I just want to thank all of them and all my crew.
Alrighty, we'll send it back up to you, Daryl.
So Mark Osborne there, winner of the first race for Super Saloons here this afternoon. Second group of Super Saloons out on track now. We have the Lucinda Dixon Lab Realty Group and the Stealth Engineering Group. 12 laps of action right here. This is heat number 11 and we're going to see the baby-faced assassin in his Hypermac, Ian Burson, car number 21, start from the front row of the grid. A race winner last night, Gary Edwards starts car number 6 out of Eastern State Speedway on his outside. Then we go back to the current 1NZ in his CB2 machine. That's Chris Cowling from Tauranga, the 1NZ starting from position number 3. Racing Ray Stewart, car number 34 on his outside, starts from position 4. Next row back we see Benji Snedden from Kihi, car number 8, start from position 5. Malcolm Natai starts car number 19. The Stealth Machine from Christchurch from grid position 6. Richie Taylor, 2 race wins here last night, currently second in points at the moment. He will start car number 58 from position 7. And Alice the Lister, the Hypermac out of Beachland Speedway in Dunedin, car number 4, starts from grid position 8. Edwards will set the pace here on the outside from grid position 2. Burson on the inside. Should be a good battle. Chris Cowling, he would dearly love to jump to that front row. Needs to bank some points here this afternoon. Green flag drops, we go racing side by side down into turns 1 and 2 here at Central Motor Speedway. Oh, Burson, he's overcooked it going around 1 and 2. Almost contact there. In fact, there was contact between Cowling and Edwards, but a side by side coming out of 2. But Burson's managed to settle the 21 machine down again, and he fires around here to lead a lap number 1 of the Lucinda Dixon Lab Realty Group. and the Stealth Engineering Group here at Central Motor Speedway. Richie Taylor sneaking through there now as well. He's picked up a place. He's got past Malcolm Ngatai. Benji Sneddon now, he's starting to threaten as well. He's on the inside of Gary Edwards, looking for position there. But at the moment it's Ian Burson. Powers out of turn number 2. Looks racing. Down the back straight he goes. Cowling in second place. Then we go back to Ray Stewart. As we mentioned before, Ian Burson 3 times. He's been 3 NZ. He's been 2 NZ once as well. He would dearly love to chuck a small number on the side of that car once more, preferably a 1. But they ain't carrying that at the moment as the man in second place. That's Chris Cowling, the base up sponsored machine. Out of Tauranga, you can see the damage on the side of Cowling's car. That'll be from that contact before with Gary Edwards. Currently holding second place at the moment. Then we go back to the Hypermac machine of Ray Stewart, car number 34. Then Edwards, Sneddon, Taylor, Ngatai and Lister. Burson's absolutely scorching here at the moment. 3.5 seconds was the lead last time they come past the control tower. He's sitting high and wide. This looks like the Ian Burson of old. The way he's throwing this machine around. Oh, Edwards has gone around. Ngatai's gone into him. That is big contact down there between turns 3 and 4. Ngatai with absolutely nowhere to go whatsoever. So just watching the replay here, thanks to the Pits Media up in the control tower there. In fact, that was a incident there with Sneddon. So Edwards was on the outside of Sneddon. It looks like he turned down on Sneddon. So Sneddon's got a bit of damage on the side of his car, which then rotated him. Ray Stewart stopping down there as well. So the reds have been called, so the car's circulating at the moment will have to stop. This here is championship implications, it really does. Car number 1, Chris Cowling. Andy Erskine down there, just going to get the bonnet off that car, car number 1. Of course, we've seen Kane Lawson's car yesterday as well. Cowling pointing out to them where it's coming from. You can see Stu Miller in the background there, the Flying Scotsman, checking things out as well. He's looking at the speakers now. I'm not in the speakers, Stu. I'm actually up in the commentary box. You won't see me up in the speaker. That's how they work here in New Zealand, mate. He's a handsome lad. There's a bit of a glare coming off the top of the head, though, at the moment, which is probably affecting viewers at home. So don't go tuning out, folks. Don't go adjusting your sets. So the RVC crash crew down there. Looks like Edwards will head down to the infield. Certainly a beautiful rumble as they go past the control tower here. They call them the supercars of the clay. High horsepowered V8 machines. Getting set for a restart. The lights are off. We'll get a restart this time around. This is the Lucinda Dixon Lab Realty Group and the Stealth Engineering Group here. It is the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship from Central Motor Speedway, and Ian Burson leads off Cowling. Cowling with damage on the side of his car. Benji Sneddon with damage on his car as well. It's been a bit of a brutal sort of a heat, this one here. Malcolm Ngatai, front damage on his car, but Burson gets the head down again. Starts to build a bit of a gap at the moment over Cowling. Of course, a lot of people talk about the torsion suspension and the 4-bar suspension. That's a torsion car out in front at the moment and a 4-bar in second place. You can see the characteristics of those cars as they attack that big wide turn number 3 and 4. Sneddon looking for a way down the inside of Ray Stewart. Pokes the nose of the XP Tools car number 8 down there, but he can't quite grab that spot from Ray Stewart. Burson comes through once more. Sits out nice and wide. As I mentioned before, these cars couldn't attack that wide line yesterday, but Burson, the pioneer here this afternoon, he's certainly making it work for him. Car number 21. The Tate sponsored machine out of Nelson. Looks a wee bit bouncy around turns 3 and 4 there at the moment, Burson, but he manages to power out of it. Cowling sitting down low. Ray Stewart goes through. So 1.9 seconds last time around, the lead that Burson has over Cowling. He's absolutely gapped them at that restart. Burson through once more. The baby-faced assassin absolutely putting a number on the field here. Heat number 11 of the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship. Benji Snedden, he's tempted again to try and throw that car right down the inside of Ray Stewart. Just not quite far enough up at the moment. Another lap tick down. Burson, Cowling, Stewart. Then we go back to Benji Snedden, Richie Taylor. He's starting to get a sniff here now as well. There's issues for Benji Snedden. There was a puff of smoke out the back of the 8 machine, and he looked unsettled, but he's managed to get away again. Ngatai, Alistair Lister battling it out at the tail of this field. The white flag is out. 2 more corners to contest here for Ian Burson, but he's going to do this one here with ease this afternoon at Central Motor Speedway. A well-driven race for the baby-faced assassin, Ian Burson from Nelson. He takes this one here out. Cowling home in second place ahead of Ray Stewart. A nice drive by Stewart, but no doubt about who your race winner is. Ian Burson out of Nelson takes this one here out. Second place, Chris Cowling. Ray Stewart home in third. Then we go back to Richie Taylor, car number 58, home in fourth place. Benji Snedden in fifth. Malcolm Ngatai in sixth. Alistair Lister in seventh place. And of course Gary Edwards parked up down there on the infield. Heat 11 for the New Zealand Super Saloon Champs. Done and dusted here, folks, at Central Motor Speedway. Welcome back to Central Motor Speedway, folks, and we have Production Saloons out on track. Placemakers Group up against the BNT Hiab Crane Services Group. Laura Heads leads them out, car number 64 from Central Motor Speedway. Matt Sherlock Bailey on her outside, car number 85. Tyler Cow, car number 48, starts from grid position 3. Lucy Greer, car 13 from grid position 4. Then we go back to Steve Clements, car number 25 from position 5. Car number 5 from Christchurch, which is Bennett. He starts from position 6. Brett Hackett starts car number 434 from Wanganui in position 7. Olivia Glover, car number 89 in grid position 8. Grid position 9, we see Alistair Green, car number 47. Cam Bauer on his outside in car number 99. Grid position 10. Liam Ballantyne, car 27 from position 11. Daniel Tom starts from position 12. Car 78 from Dunedin. Next row back, we have Brian Wilson, car number 7 out of Dunedin, starts from position 13. Eddie Franz, car number 51 from position 14. And Fitzgibbon, car number 21, the Subaru from grid position 15. In fact, that car not even out on track, so I did think he had some issues last night. Matt Sherlock Bailey at the front row of the grid, a former 3NZ, 2NZ, 1NZ Production Saloon racer. Of course, when they took the championship away from Production Saloons, he was the reigning New Zealand champ. He sets the pace here. Tyler Kalk behind him, then Steve Clements as well. Laura Heads looks to the inside of Matt Bailey. Bailey gets a nice run out of turn number 2. Laura Heads comes back at him as they head down there into turns number 3 and 4. Tyler Kalk looking to attack too. Oh, Laura Heads has gone right into the side Oh, Bailey, he's absolutely rotated that car. Hackett's gone into him. Olivia Glover almost takes the nose off down here in front of the control tower. So I would imagine Speedway New Zealand will be looking pretty closely at that one there, because it's right in front of where they sit. So yellow flags have come out. It was all a wee bit untidy there by Laura Heads. And she just moved a little bit wide down there. And of course, Matt Bailey on the outside took a bit of a clobber and came back down and made contact, and from there pretty much over-rotated it right in front of both Clements and Hackett. Clements managed to miss the drama. Laura Heads has been put to the back of the field, picking himself up a race win in the final Youth Saloon race last night. So on track at the moment, the B&T Cromwell Hiab Crane Services Group and the Placemakers Group out on track. Green flag drops. Here comes Kalki right down the inside as expected. He'll go side by side with Bailey around turns 1 and 2. Bailey gets a run on the outside. Kalk on the inside. Then we go back to Bennett, car number 5. Hackett and Clements, they're the breakaway group at the moment, the top 5 cars. Kalk sits on the inside, looks racy coming out of turns 3 and 4, side by side with Bailey down into that tight turn 1 and 2. Kalk has to brake early, which allows Sherlock to slingshot around the outside. Hackett looking threatening now on car number 5, which is Bennett. Kalk coming back strong again down there in turns 3 and 4. Eddie Franz working his way through now as well. He's up to 6th place. Alistair Green behind him, Steve Clements up in front of him. Laura Heads goes to the outside, Olivia Glover, car number 89. Then we go back to Brian Wilson. So Hackett now with a big move right down the outside of Bennett. Bennett comes back though, manages to cover, so a nice move there by Bennett. Car number 5 from Christchurch. Hackett still looking to the outside. Hackett should get a run here on the outside. He does. He manages to cover. So that's for position 3. So he manages to snatch that away. Out front though, it is still Matt Sherlock Bailey with the lead here at the moment. Tyler Kalk just fallen away from him slightly as this race has gone on. About 0.615 of a second, the gap between first and second last time around. Of course, Bailey involved in an incident here last night which seen him have a DNF, so he really needs to bag as many points here this afternoon as he can. Goes to the outside of Brian Wilson. Wilson just sits down on that pole line, letting these faster cars head on past, stays out of harm's way. Hackett now all over the back of Tyler Kalk as they set sail down the back straight once more. Hackett parks the nose of the Prelude right in behind Tyler Kalk. Kalk manages to just hold him out there at the moment. Smart driving by Kalk, sits about mid-track. Hackett needs to make a choice whether he's going high or low. That high line out of turn number 2 seems to be where he seemed to pick up the speed before. And again, Kalk just takes that space away from him. Bennett down on the infield now as well, car number 5. Through comes Bailey once more. Kalk. Then Hackett. Then we go back to Eddie Franz, car 51. Out of Nelson, a good battle here. Couple of primaries from Invercargill. Steve Clements and Alistair Green battling it out. Laura Heads there as well. That's a great wee scrap further down the field. That's for 5th, 6th and 7th. Only a couple to run in this one here. That battle for 2nd and 3rd place. Still red hot at the moment. Hackett just fallen back there slightly. But Tyler Kalk with some smart driving here this afternoon so far. He's just parking that car in the right part of the track, making Hackett have to change his line constantly to have a crack at things. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Max Sherlock Bailey. Powers off down the back straight there. Lap traffic in the form of Wilson and Olivia Glover, the 2 Beachlands machines in front of him at the moment. Doesn't need to do anything silly but help them come on through and claim a first place in this race here. A nice drive. Tyler Kalk home in 2nd place, and then the 4-3-4 of Hackett. Of course, on track, the Placemakers Group and the B&T Cromwell Hiab Crane Services Group. So Matt Sherlock takes this one here out. 2.5 seconds the gap from Tyler Cowk in second place. Brent Hackett in third. Eddie Franz, car number 51 in fourth place. Stephen Clements in fifth. Alistair Green sixth. Laura Head seventh. Olivia Glover eighth. Brian Wilson ninth. And a DNF for Andrew Bennett. We'll be back in just a moment here, folks, at Central Motor Speedway. It is the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship.
You handle this hotness? Stow it, dig it, lift it, mow it, trim it, grind it, chip it. We hire it. Mix it, pour it, smooth it, finish it, saw it, plane it, nail it, polish it. 0800 24/7 rent. We hire it. 0800 24/7 rent. We hire it.
What you think you do with your four-wheel drive? What you actually do with your four-wheel drive.
No matter what you do with your four-wheel drive, we've got the right tyre for you. So come on down to Mag & Turbo.
Alrighty folks, Heat 12 for the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship here at Central Motor Speedway. And Kane Lawson leads him out. Car number 6 from Christchurch. The CB2 machine will start from grid position 1. His clubmate Ryan Marsden on his outside. Car number 54, the Ford Mustang Lovelady. Then we go back to Ewan Shearing, a race winner here last night. Car number 69, the Hypermac from grid position 3. The current 3NZ, Craig Cardwell, starts from grid position 4. He's looking to make up some points here this afternoon. Hayden Mackay, car number 86 from Christchurch, starts from grid position 5. Scott Hayward, currently second in points at the moment, starts car number 92 from grid position 6. Bodie Abrahamson, car number 49, starts from position 7th in his stealth machine. And the man leading the points at the moment from Tauranga, Sammy Widow, car number 18, will start from grid position 8. So the two groups on track, the VIP Structural Steel Group, the Riverlands Holiday Park Group, 12 laps of action about to get underway here at Central Motor Speedway. The lights are out. It's Lawson on the inside, Ryan Marsden on the outside. Marsden, a former New Zealand saloon champion. Green flag drops. Lawson gets off to a nice start. The Mag & Turbo machine out of Christchurch, but Marsden, look at the drive he's getting on the outside there at the moment. Absolutely pulls away from the pack. Car 54. Smooth around turns 3 and 4 at the moment. In fact, we've gone yellow, so not happy with the start of that one there. We'll try that one there all over again. So they line up once more with Lawson on the inside. That car, a fire yesterday. He showed me the fuel fitting that actually had a crack in it. Caused a fire in car number 6. So once again, a massive effort by that crew yesterday to get that car back on track. Green flag will drop this time around. Lawson the inside. Marsden the outside. How's Lawson going to attack this one here? Marsden got him on the outside last time. And he's going to do exactly the... Oh, Lawson, he got the tank slapper coming out of turn number 2. And he's gone from the front of the field right down to the back. Ewan Shearing in second place. And we go back to Mackay. Hayward with another good start in this one here in car number 92. He's currently second on points at the moment. Sam Waddell's made a couple of positions early in this one here. He tucks in behind Craig Cardwell. Your current 3NZ. But it is Ryan Marsden out there at the moment who leads this one here. Ewan Shearing looking racy in car number 69. Picked up a race win here yesterday. Also battled hard with Chris Cowling in the final heat here yesterday just to face a relegation, and that one dropped a couple of spots. But he's looking pretty racy here in heat number 2. Hayward putting all sorts of pressure on the back of McKay at the moment. Has a wee look down the outside. That's a great battle for 3rd and 4th place at the moment. Hayden McKay from Christchurch and Hayward from Bay Park. Hayward right on the outside. You can tell this track's got a completely different feel to it than it did here last night. Sammy Waddell, the leader in points here at the moment. He's up to 5th place. He's the best of that pretty competitive bunch down the back there. Bodie Abrahamson, he's managed to make a move on Craig Cowling in car number 3. And then we go back to Kane Lawson. So Abrahamson looking pretty racy out there at the moment as well. So your race order, Ryan Marsden leads this one here. Hayward with a nice move right around the outside of Mackay. Sam Waddell, he's trying to find a way through here now as well. Car number 18, the current North Island Super Saloon champion. Went high, sits down low. Trying to put as much pressure as he can on Mackay for 4th place at the moment. 1.1 seconds the gap between 1st and 2nd last time around. We'll check it this time. 1.5, so Ryan Marsden really starting to get into a rhythm in this one here. Starts to pull away from the pack. Ewan Shearing still comfortably in 2nd place. He's got Scott Hayward chasing hard. He's up to 3rd now. He started to clear away. Here comes Sam Waddell with a big look down the outside of McKay. He sits on the outside of him. The last 2 or 3 laps he's been on the inside, but he set him up beautifully. And Sam Waddell now up into 4th place. Then we go back to Mackay. Bodie Abrahamson still looking fast. Then it's Cardwell and Lawson at the tail of this field. Here comes Hayward with a big move down the inside there of Ewan Shearing. Couldn't make it stick. Shearing defended well, but Hayward looking threatening at the moment. Another big look down the inside of Ewan Shearing. They're side by side as they come past the control tower once more. White flag about to come out for Ryan Marsden. Hayward's got the move made. He's been so consistent this weekend. Marsden comes through. Hayward in 2nd place. Then we go back to Ewan Shearing. Sam Waddell would dearly love to make a move on Shearing. He thought about it down the inside there. Can he get a run down the back straight on Shearing? Will he attack between 3 and 4? Here comes Ryan Marsden from Woodford Glen Speedway in Christchurch. He's going to take this one here out. Hayward in 2nd place in car number 92. Then we go back to Ewan Shearing, car 69. What a race there. Absolute action across the field. And it's Ryan Marsden who takes that one there out. Scott Hayward in 2nd place, Ewan Shearing in 3rd. Sam Waddell just behind Ewan Shearing in 4th place. Then we go back to Hayden Mackay, Bodie Abrahamson, Kane Lawson, and at the tail of this field, your 3 and Z, Craig Cardwell. That's your results from heat number 12 here at Central Motor Speedway. Alrighty folks, welcome back to Central Motor Speedway. Bit of an overcast day here this afternoon, but I'll tell you what, the action on track so far been absolutely red hot. Beautiful crowd out there at the moment as well. How are my friends down on the main freight truck? Just seen them on the screen there at the moment. We made you famous, folks, so I hope you're enjoying your afternoon down there. And of course, if you're not here at Central Motor Speedway, well, you should be, but some people can't make it. You'll be in the comfort of your own home, feet up on the coffee table, having a quiet one, enjoying the Pits Media coverage of this event. The Aotea Production Saloon Cup on the line here this afternoon. Over 40 cars have travelled from all over New Zealand to battle it out. It's pretty much the unofficial New Zealand Production Saloon Championship, which got taken off these drivers. So on track at the moment, the Not Just Plumbing group and the Versatile group. 10 laps of action. Avon Erskine leading them round at the moment. Car 18. There's a name you might have heard from back in the 80s and 90s. Used to run a Mitsubishi Tredia. Very, very fast indeed. He picked up his first race win here last night in Production Saloons. He's got Blake Murdoch on his outside. Should be a good battle, this one here. We go green. Erskine on the inside. A nice move by Aaron Brooklyn on the outside, car number 33. So he's side by side with Erskine as they go down into turns 1 and 2. A nice move by Brooklyn. Powers out of turn number 2. Looking racy. He got a relegation here last night, which I thought was a little bit on the nose. I didn't see too much in it, but he fell from 2nd place to 4th place in his first race out here this afternoon. Yesterday afternoon, sorry. So Brooklyn leads this one here. Then we go back to Erskine. James Wood, the Fresh Choice 804 sponsored car from Central Motor Speedway, currently holding 3rd place. Then we go back to Murdoch. Clark having a look down the inside of Murdoch. Your current points leader, Sam Martin, car number 14 out of Eastern State Speedway in Blenheim. He's got Ricky Pilley on his inside, car number 94. Then we go back to Blake Hamilton, car 72. Aaron Reid in the 16. Steve Brown, car number 18. And then Almers all the way from Wanganui at the tail of this field. That's Chelsea Almers, car number 86. 1.152, that is the gap between 1st and 2nd last time around. Aaron Brooklyn, fastest lap of the race, a 19.871. Through he comes once more. The mighty Mazda out of Beachland Speedway in Dunedin. He won the King of the Clay at Beachland Speedway last weekend. Sam Martin now starting to make a bit of a move through the field. He's managed to get past Blake Hamilton. He's now trying to make a move on Blake Murdoch, the big Falcon, right down the inside. He picks up a position there. Ricky Pilley's done well. He's starting to chase down both Clark and Woods here. Car number 94. Only been racing a very, very short time. He's only done about a year of speedway racing, and he's certainly picked up some great results in a very, very short time in the sport. So Brown comes through, Reed, Almers there as well. Almers about to go a lap down. Aaron Brooklyn moves to the outside of Almers. Avon Erskine still holding that 2nd place. Goes to the outside of Almers now as well, down the back straight. Then we go back to Ian Clark from Greymouth, the West Coaster. He was racing here last night as well. Ricky Pilley, he's made a move on James Wood, so he's moved up into 4th place. Wood's now in 5th. Then we go back to Sam Martin, Blake Hamilton, Blake Murdoch. Good clean race this one here. Heat 12 for the Aotea Production Saloon Cup. Right here at Central Motor Speedway. Brooklyn through once more. Couple of laps to run. We'll check out that gap this time around between Brooklyn and Erskine. Last time around was 1.452 seconds. 1.2, so Erskine's actually picked up a little bit of ground now on Brooklyn. You can see that down there in turns number 3 and 4. Erskine's starting to look very, very racy, but he's going to run out of time. The white flag is out. One more lap to run for Aaron Brooklyn. Sits down nice and low. Not the best exit coming out of turn 2, but there is a lap car between him and Erskine. Erskine giving chase down the back straight, still closing that gap. But it's the Kai Takeaways machine from Beachland Speedway. Aaron Brooklyn, who'll take this one here out. A nice drive there, car 18, Avon Erskine. Looks like it's going to be car number 21 home in a 3rd place, so a nice drive from him as well. Of course, it was the Not Just Plumbing group and the Versatile group out on track. The results from this race: Aaron Brooklyn taking it out from Avon Erskine, Ian Clark in 3rd place, Ricky Pilley in 4th, James Woods in 5th place, Sam Martin in 6th, Blake Hamilton 7th, Blake Murdoch in 8th, Stephen Brown in 9th, and rounding up your top 10, Aaron Reid from Riverside Speedway in Invercargill. That's heat number 12 for the Aotea Production Saloon Cup right here at Central Motor Speedway.
Rightio race fans, we're here with Heat 3 race winner, the 54C car, Ryan Marsden. You got out, you had your front grid draw, and you just got out in front and just smoked them in the end.
Yeah, well, you can never tell that's the case. You know, you keep hearing things and you think everyone's breathing down your neck, so you sort of just keep pushing as hard as you can. But, and as I said before, this is still my saloon motor, so I'm probably down 200 horsepower on almost everyone else here, and I thought I'd be under a lot more pressure than that. They told me we won by a wee bit, so no, I'm really, really happy with that one. That was very enjoyable. This is my favourite track by a long way, and it's plenty of right foot, not much brake, and it kind of suits my driving style a bit. I sort of struggled a wee bit last night, but no, when the track's heavy here and you can run that high line, I just love it. It's awesome.
You said you were a wee bit emotional getting the checker flag, obviously picking up the first ever win in a Super Saloon.
It was my first win in Super Saloon trim, in this car anyway, since we just changed it from saloon. We just put a bigger carburetor on and run it like that. So yeah, and Dad died in early December last year, so it was very emotional. I was bawling my eyes out on the checkered flag lap, so it's a pity he wasn't here to see that, so he would have been thoroughly happy with that effort.
I'm sure he's proud of you, man, and obviously sponsors on the car you want to thank?
Just my business, North End Motors in Geraldine, Worth, and Fox Shocks for Jackson Lovelady. He's still dabbling in the shock absorbers, and yeah, so I've got them all around on the car, and they're working pretty good today.
You might be a wee bit down on horsepower, but you're definitely not out of it. Hopefully to talk to you a wee bit later, on that podium potentially.
I don't know about that. There's some pretty big heavy hitters here, but we'll do our best. I like getting up on the wheel and giving it a go, and yeah, no, I really enjoyed that. That was awesome.
All right, good luck for the rest of the night, eh?
Thanks very much.
There we go, Ryan Marsden down there in the pits, and of course, yeah, his father, very, very important part of that crew, and of course passed away in December. Tough couple of months for the Marsden family, and of course a top bloke, so sadly missed here this weekend at the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship. So on track at the moment, folks, a grade that doesn't usually run here at Central Motor Speedway. Of course, it is youth saloon, so we've got cars here from Beachland Speedway in Dunedin and cars here from Riverside Speedway in Invercargill. So pretty much these young drivers, just like the youth mini stocks that you run here at Central Motor Speedway, they're all aged between 12 and 16 years of age. So it's a good starting point for the young drivers. Great. A lot of drivers go through to the age of 16, move up into the senior grades, and some of them out there racing today, as a matter of fact, in some of the senior grades. But a really cool grade to be a part of. And these cars here, they're all sort of 1600cc and under, and it's really cool to be able to get the kids out there and racing in a controlled environment. So green flag drops. Kiddo off to a good start here. That's Noah Kiddo, car number 27. Out of Beachland Speedway in Dunedin. Max Kempen behind him. Car number 36 trying to find a way through. Glover's there in car number 89. Aiden Heads. He's car 7 from Beachland Speedway in Dunedin. He's currently 3rd place. Caden Race. Deborah's Nothing But Dirt Machine goes to the outside of Aiden Heads. He sneaks on through. Then we go back to Zoe Mitford, car number 18 from Riverside Speedway. She's pushing hard here at the moment. Looks like a bit of damage on the Wallistown Motors machine of Josh Richardson, car number 53, looking very, very second hand out there at the moment. Bennett there, Ashley Bennett, car 73. Then we go back to Thomas, car number 97. He had a big rollover last weekend. Lockie Robinson, car number 97. In fact, they got the wrong name up on the monitor there. It's Lockie Robinson, car number 97. Big rollover at Beachland, so well done to that crew getting that car sorted and back on track here. Tyson Thomas in behind him. Then we go back to car 10, which is Miller out of Beachland Speedway. So it looked like issues there for Kiddo, car number 27, slowing down. He's had a few issues with that car over the season so far. Richardson still trying to work his way through that car, looking very second-hand, the front of that machine. But for a lot of these drivers, this here is the first time they've even raced on Central Motor Speedway. Some of them have done a meeting here, others have done nothing whatsoever. So a big task, rolling out on track, no grand parade, nothing, and just being sent out to do battle. Race leader goes through, it's Kemp. Then the 49 of Caden Race, chasing hard in second place. Then we go back to Kiddo. Richardson, that whole front bumper pushed over the front of his bonnet. Doesn't seem to be slowing him down. Then it's Memphis, Bennett, Robinson, Tyson Thomas, car number 22. So an issue for Bennett down the back straight now as well, car number 73. Miller just sneaks down the outside of her, Fox Miller. Then we've got Glover, heads, the 51 machine of Holly. Zach Kiddo, car number 79 there as well. Caught up with him before this race, and he was just going to take it easy for the first one, get a bit of a handle on this track. He's a new driver. White flag is out. One more lap to go. The race leader, car number 36, Max Kemp from Beachland Speedway in Dunedin, powers past Hunter Kyrgyzoo. So does Caden Race. He's down the inside of Kyrgyzoo as well. Kyrgyzoo, a third generation driver out of Riverside Speedway, but it's going to be Max Kemp who takes this one here out. Caden Race comes through, car number 49. Then we should see Richardson in car number 53 comes home in a third place. Bit of work to do on that car there throughout the break. Of course, Josh's father, Jeff, I was talking to him just a moment ago. He was saying that Josh's mother, Terry Ann, hasn't bothered to come up, but she is watching the live stream thanks to Pitts Media. Jeff said if you could head out and strip the new bus out, that would be ideal, and do a little bit of housework between races. He would really appreciate that. That's a message from Jeff, Terry Ann, not from me. So Max Kemp takes that one there out. Caden Race in second place. Josh Barlow in third. Then we go back to Zoe Memphis. Lockie Robertson is actually in fifth place. Tyson Thomas in sixth. Noah Kiddo in seventh place. Blake Fox Miller in eighth. Brody Holly in ninth. Rounding up your top 10, Aiden Heads, car 7 from Beachlands Speedway. Fastest man on track, Max Kemp. He takes out the first race of the afternoon for Youth Saloons right here at Central Motor Speedway.
Radio race fans, we're here with Heat 3, second place getter, the 92M of Scott Hayward. You're driving around the outside, you must have loved that track out there, completely different to last night.
Yeah, no, it is heaps different to last night. It's got a lot more drive in it, so bit of a setup change in that, and no, went really well, so enjoying it.
What is your grid draw for the next race coming up?
6 again, so another back draw, so hammer down.
Just got to pass as many cars as you can, eh?
Yeah, mate, yeah. Just try and get somewhere up the front in that feature, and then I've got to try to do it for 34 laps.
I think on my math, which I'm not going to 100% confirm, I think you're up on points by 1 point at the moment over Sam.
Yeah, he's got a front grid draw, so I'll see how I go.
All right, and a few sponsors that you want to thank, and potentially pit crew as well?
Yeah, mate, yeah. All my crew come down, done a great job. City Brick, Earth Mover Tyre Services, ST Automotive, Vehicle Testing Bay of Plenty, Clark Engineering, Fine Finishes Concrete and Diesel Solutions Limited.
Alrighty, good luck for the rest of the night, eh?
Cheers, mate.
Alright, sweet as. We'll set it back up to you, Daryl.
Yeah, Scott Hayward, absolutely fantastic. Out on track there at the moment. He's looking really, really sharp. And, of course, that changing track, I thought it might have gone against those cars a wee bit, but he looked very, very racy. It's going to be an interesting 34-lap final here at Central Motor Speedway. Cannot wait. Youth Mini Stocks are out on track. Man, they put on some great racing here last night at Central Motor Speedway. Of course, just like the youth saloons, 12 to 16-year-olds racing these, but they're basically a shrunken-down stock car, 1200cc Toyota or Nissan/Datsun motors in them. And of course, they're sponsored today by CK Catering. So a big thanks to Kathy Crockett and the team. Mr. C down there as well. Of course, they're providing food down there in front of the club rooms. Man, they sold everything out yesterday. Poor old Kathy was up till about 3 in the morning making bits and pieces. So a massive effort. So yellow flag is still out. Patience Cooper on the outside. Her first race meeting back from a bit of a rollover in the Christmas break at Beachland Speedway. Jackson Dakem on her outside. Very good young driver out of Woodford Glen Speedway in Christchurch. Of course, same livery as Kane Lawson's Super Saloon. Brooke Marshall, car number 14. She's only been doing this just over a year and done an absolutely fantastic job so far. She's been a massive improver. A change of seat for car number 21. Of course, it was Amy Burson driving that car yesterday. Young Jack Burson driving car number 21 today. Of course, his father, the baby-faced assassin, Ian Burson. So he's out on track. Young Jack ready to rip into it here. First race of the day for youth mini stocks here at Central Motor Speedway. Nice start there by Jackson Dakem. Burson follows him through. Then we go back to Anderton, car number 88. He was fast here last night. The 132 of Hunter Elliott Cross goes down to the infield. Parks up down there. Caelan Keith, car number 321 out of Woodford Glen Speedway. He's off to a good start in this one here as well. He's in 4th place. Then we go back to Lucy Scott, car number 88, daughter of Jason Scott. Good race pedigree. Then we go back to Marshall. Josh McIntyre with a nice move down the outside of Leela Jeffcoat. Oscar McClumont there as well, car number 22. Jess Evans, car 33, she's right in the mix there at the moment. She's on the outside of McClumont. Craig behind her. Then we go back to the 51 machine of Waylon Franz. Lockie Campbell-Tate battling it out here as well. So Jackson Dakem, the Magan Turbo sponsor machine out of Woodford Glen Speedway. Starting to build a bit of a gap at the moment. Ballantyne comes through, car number 27. Another new driver, only done about 5 meetings so far. And car number 27 used to operate the gate here at Central Motor Speedway. Did that for a couple of years. Just a young bloke, top young fella. He's about to go a lap down though, so we'll give these lead cars a bit of space. In fact, he's sitting right mid-track. They're going to split him down here as they go round the big sweeping turn number 3 and 4. Caelan Keith on the inside. Dakem on the outside, so Keith looks like he's going to make a challenge for the lead of this one here, and does. Sits right down the inside. Dakem coming back right out on the wall. There's a squeeze down there at the moment. Anderton, he's impressed me in the last few meetings that I've watched him. He's car number 88, another second generation racer. Through he comes, the Anderton decorating sponsor machine. Currently in 3rd place, Lucy Scott. She's up to 4th now as well. Not messing around whatsoever. They've got Patience Cooper, who started on pole in this one here, just up in front of them at the moment. Cooper just sits up high, leads those faster cars, sneak down the inside. Burson all over the back of Scott. They come out of turn number 4, down onto the main straight once more. Youth Mini Stocks brought to you by CK Catering, and it's Caelan Keith who leads. Couple of laps to run in this one here. In fact, the white flag will come out for Caelan Keith from Woodford Glen Speedway this time around. Through the big sweeping turns number 3 and 4. Through he comes. Dakem still holding 2nd place. Jack Anderton in 3rd. Lucy Scott. She's got the bit between her teeth at the moment. She's trying to make ground on those leaders. Couldn't quite do it. Then we go back to Burson. Ballantyne now just coming around turns number 3 and 4. The race leader just behind Ballantyne. It's going to be Caelan Keith, car 321. Takes this one here out. Anderton manages to get home in second place. A nice drive by Anderton. Then we go back to Jackson Dacomb, car number 423. So it's a Woodford Glen trifecta in the first race for Youth Mini Stocks, brought to you by CK Catering here this afternoon at Central Motor Speedway. Just a bit of a loop down there for Brooke Marshall, car number 14. See your results. Kaylin Keith takes that one there out. Jack Anderton in second place. Jackson Dacomb in third. Lucy Scott in fourth. A nice drive by Lucy Scott. Jack Burson in fifth. Josh McIntyre in sixth. Leela Jeffcoat seventh. Jess Evans in eighth. Oscar McClelmont in ninth. Rounding up your top 10, Byron Craig. Alrighty folks, welcome back to Central Motor Speedway here in Cromwell. Bit of an overcast day, certainly warm enough outside. And on track at the moment, the Debbie the Webster Group and the South Engineering Group. Greg Johnson will start car 77 from grid position 1. Alice the Lister will start car 4 from grid position 2. Shane McIntyre, car 26 from Blenheim in position 3. Chris Cowling, the 1NZ, will start from grid position 4. Next row back, we see Wayne Balk from Australia, car number 32. Ray Stewart on his outside in the 34 machine. Matt Green starts at the tail of the field, car number 59 from grid position 7. And Gary Edwards, of course, had that DNF in his last heat. He will start from the back of the field. This is heat 13 for the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship. Hope you're enjoying it here, folks. Great crowd here at Central Motor Speedway. And, of course, hope you're enjoying the action if you're sitting at home and taking this in. A young bloke from Invercargill, young sprint car driver, Ross McKinnell. He's kicking back, enjoying this here, I've been told. Good to have you on board, Ross. Take it easy, sunshine. Take it easy. New Zealand Super Saloon Championship right here at Central Motor Speedway. Johnson on the inside, Alice the Lister on the outside. This should be a great battle between the two Hypermax. Down here into turns 1 and 2, the Trelo Metals car 77 on the inside, but it's going to be the Lister Helicopters machine of Alice the Lister who gets a run coming out of turn number 2. McIntyre with a big look down the inside of Chris Cowling. Gets the move made there, McIntyre, so a nice move. He struggled here this weekend, but that was a nice move by McIntyre. That'll give him a wee bit of confidence in car 26, a new car for him this season. Here comes Cowling having another crack back at him though, car number 21. Don't discount Racing Ray Stewart, car number 34. Poking the nose into this battle. But out front at the moment, it is Alice the Lister, a couple of torsion bar cars. Greg Johnson in second place, starting to pull away from the pack. Then we go back to McIntyre, Cowling, Racing Ray Stewart, Wayne Balk, Gary Edwards, and at the tail of this field, Matt Green, car 59 out of Beachland Speedway in Dunedin. Here comes Johnson with a run down the inside of Lister. Can he make it stick? Lister a little bit high and wide. He should get a nice run out of turn 3 and 4 here. Or can Greg Johnson cover down the inside? He can, so a change for the lead in this one here. Nice move by Johnson. Beautiful sight down into turn 3 and 4 there at the moment. 5 of these Super Saloons, the V8 powered beasts, all sideways, chucking it in there. trying to grab the very last points on offer before they go to the feature final a little bit later on. Johnson in control of this one here, 0.276, the gap back to Lister last time around. Fastest lap of the race so far looks to be McIntyre. It's almost half a second, just over half a second last time around. Here comes Cowling with a big look on the inside of McIntyre. Can McIntyre defend on the outside? Cowling's getting a nice run. He tightens it up down there between 1 and 2. Can he cover? He can. McIntyre tries to slingshot back down the inside, but a nice move there for the current national champion, Chris Cowling. He slots into third place. It's all vital points here in this one. He's now starting to chase down Alistair Lister. So it's Johnson who leads this one here with 4 to go. Johnson, Lister, Cowling, McIntyre, Stewart, Balk, Edwards and Matt Green. Car 77, Greg Johnson. Couple of car lengths at the moment over Lister. And we've gone yellow contact down there between car 6 and car 32. Greg Johnson, chance to reset for him. Alistair Lister. He'll be looking for a solid restart here in this one here. Don't discount Cowling in third place. This is where he could take a jump here. Right down the inside, and he does. He sticks the nose of the 1NZ right down the inside of Alistair Lister. Read it like a book. Johnson leads this one here. Cowling now in second place. Then we go back to Lister, McIntyre, Ray Stewart. Then Edwards, Balk and Green. So Greg Johnson, can he hold off the current 1NZ, Chris Cowling? Cowling's got a sniff of this one here. It was a beautiful restart by Cowling. He chucked the car down low and fired right up the inside. It was a textbook move. And Lister gave him way too much space to sneak down the inside. Johnson powers out of 2. Lister trying to fight back at Cowling. He's in a Hypermax sandwich at the moment. Chris Cowling with Johnson up in front. Lister behind. Then we go back to McIntyre, Ray Stewart, Gary Edwards, Wayne Balk and Matt Green. Cowling still putting pressure on Johnson. Checkered flag's going to come out though for the 77 of Greg Johnson. He takes this one here out. What a drive for the local. Greg Johnson gets the job done on Cowling. He takes it out by the slightest of margin, 0.269 of a second. Cowling in second, Lister in third place, and we go back to McIntyre, Ray Stewart in fifth, Gary Edwards in sixth, Wayne Balk in seventh, and Matt Green rounding up the field in eighth place. What a drive. Put your hands together, folks, for your local man out on track there, collecting the checkered flag, Greg Johnson. He's your winner here at Central Motor Speedway.
It's action for the whole family. With 23 tracks around New Zealand, there is no better way to spend your weekends than at a Speedway New Zealand track.
Here they come to the start-finish line again.
There's something for the whole family. Sprint cars, saloons, stock cars, sidecars, midgets and much, much more. Pack up the family and make a trip to adrenaline-filled, action-packed bashes and crashes that only Speedway can deliver. Visit www.speedway.co.nz to find out the track nearest to you. Speedway, it's our summer thing.
It doesn't matter how hard the job is, we suck it up and get it done. No matter how dirty our hands have to get, we suck it up and get it done. Suck it up, suck it up, suck it up. Out for suck's sake, suck it up, suck it up, suck it up. Out for suck's sake, suck it up.
Suck it up and get it done with suckitup.co.nz.
Alrighty folks, welcome back to Central Motor Speedway. The Oakleys group up against the B&T Cromwell Hiab Crane Services Group, and it's going to be Westerman, that fine-looking Ford Falcon off the front row of the grid. Car number 28. No Daniel Tom out there by the looks of it in the 78. He's missing from this one here. Sam McKenzie, car number 11, starts from P3. Matt Sherlock-Bailey starts car 85 from grid position 4. Grid position 5, we see Johnson, car number 23 from Beachland Speedway, start from position 5. Tyler Kalk starts from grid position 6, car number 48. Stephen Nicholas, the man they call Socks, old Stevie Nicks, starts P7 in car 51. Bennett starts car number 5 from grid position 8. Then we go back to Cox, car number 66, the mighty AU Falcon. Then Lucy Greer, car 13, starts from position 10. And Olivia Glover starts right at the tail of the field. Alistair Green there as well, car number 47. So it's the Cat's Tyres machine, the FG Falcon, that leads them down the back straight here. That is Westerman. Bailey having a bit of a sniff up the inside there of the moment. Absolutely, the big Falcon absolutely monstering the wee Mitzi down there, but certainly not for power. Tyler Kalk in third place at the moment. Then we go back to car 11, Sam McKenzie. Stephen Nicholas, car number 51. Oh, trouble down there for car number 23. That's Johnson out of Beachland Speedway. Gets a big tank slapper. She's facing the wrong direction here at the moment. She's only got a short amount of time to get that car back and face in the right direction, which she does so. Well done. So Westerman stretching the legs down the back straight. The big rear wheel drive machine. We were saying before in the Fresh Choice Cromwell Production Saloon, Aotea Production Saloon Cup, that the rear wheel drive cars have been going so well. Of course, usually it's a front wheel drive heaven, these races, but the big rear wheel drive machines have been going so well this weekend. Westerman up the inside there of Johnson. Bailey on the outside of Johnson. So Johnson with that spin down the back straight has now gone down a lap. Tyler Kalk next in the queue. He's in third place at the moment. He's been Mr. Consistent his last 3 races. He's picked up a win, a second, and here he is in third place at a good points for Tyler Kalk in the last few heats. Sam McKenzie to the outside of Johnson. Stephen Nicholas on the inside. They come through past the control tower. Westerman still stretching the legs of the Falcon down the back straight into the big sweeping turns 3 and 4. Bailey not giving up the chase, though. He's chasing hard. Former New Zealand champion. Certainly been a great advocate for the production saloon grade. Goes a little bit high and wide there. Scrubs off a bit of speed. Sam McKenzie looking racing now. He's starting to chase down Tyler Kalk. Both him and Nicholas trying to put a bit of pressure on the young lad out of Dunedin. Through comes Westerman. Bailey. Nicholas gets a little bit loose coming out of turn 3 and 4. They're right in behind. Tyler Kalk trying to put a bit of pressure on young Kalki, car number 48. McKenzie on the outside. Nicholas, he swung into some sort of issue there by the looks of it. He has fallen backwards from that battle group. He was right there with them. Then we go back to Liam Gray, car number 72 from Greymouth. Hurrying in the 66 machine. Johnson just getting a wee bit loose there again. Then we go back to Cox. Green. Oh, Sam McKenzie. Might have been a wee bit of contact there perhaps between him and Nicholas. Love to see another shot of that one. but it's actually freed up Tyler Kalk. He's actually got a gap there now at the moment. Westerman, very, very lucky not to make contact with a back marker, Alistair Green. Green wouldn't have even known he was there, and he shot right across the front of the Big Falcon. White flag out, checkered flag about to drop though for Westerman. Car number 28 from Christchurch takes this one here out. Good points for him. The 85 of Bailey comes home in second place, and a nice drive by Tyler Kalk. Car number 48 from Dunedin to come home in third place. Another very tidy race in the Aotea Production Saloon Cup, brought to you by Fresh Choice Cromwell, the Oakleys Group, the BNT Cromwell Hiab Crane Services Group on track. Westerman takes that one there out by 2.394 seconds. Matt Sherlock Bailey in second place, Tyler Kalk in third, Stephen Nicholas in fourth, Sam McKenzie fifth, Liam Graham sixth, Gavin Harrigan seventh, Matt Cox in eighth, ninth Alistair Green, and Olivia Glover rounds up your top 10. Sam Waddell, he leads them out. He's car number 18 from Bay Park. Of course, he was leading the points a little bit earlier on. He's got Steve Cowling on his outside, car number 37. Craig Cardwell, the 3NZ. He will start from position 3 alongside Mark Osborne. Man, some big hitters at the front end of town in this race, folks. Heat 14. Kane Lawson starts car number 6 from grid position 5. Then we go back to Ricky Bolton. Racing Ricky called himself before. The 861 from Dunedin. Mackay starts car number 86 from P7. And Trevor Elliott starts car number 27. The Hypermac from position number 8. This here is going to be an absolutely epic battle. Those first 2 rows, so packed with talent. Take nothing away from the 2 rows behind them as well as we go green here. And Cowling off to a beautiful start. Sam Waddell sticks car 18 down the inside. Cowling stretches the legs and powers out. Here comes Osborne with a big look on the inside of Sam Waddell. They're side by side down there between turns 3 and 4. What a sight, almost 3 wide down here on the exit of turn number 4. This is Super Saloon action at its best as Osborne goes right up the inside of Steve Cowling. So does Sam Waddell. Waddell tries to follow Osborne through. They bounce around down there on the entry to turn number 3. Waddell sneaks down the inside of Cowling. Then we go back to Cardwell, Ricky Bolton, Kane Lawson. Hayden Mackay having a look on the inside of Lawson at the moment. Then back to Trevor Elliott. So Mark Osborne absolutely flying out there at the moment. He was half a second ahead of Sam Waddell last time around. Waddell goes through. He'll be thinking of the big picture here. Just needs to bank some points. Mark Osborne absolutely pants the opposition in race number 1 here today. Started from the second row of this one here. He's making a statement. Powers out of turn number 2, about a third of a straight length ahead of Sam Waddell in second place. Then we go back to Steve Cowling in third, then Cardwell. Cardwell now starting to come under pressure from Ricky Bolton, the 861 out of Beachland Speedway in Dunedin. Lawson starting to find a rhythm now as well. He's starting to pressure the back of Bolton. But out in front, it is still Mark Osborne, the stealth machine out of Woodford Glen Speedway in Christchurch. Sam Waddell, former New Zealand champion, holding second place at the moment. Then we go back to Cowling, so a pretty even gap between first to second, then second to third. Cardwell coming under pressure from Bolton. The gap there starting to tighten up. Bolton looking racy. Here comes Mackay having another look down the outside of Kane Lawson. 1.7 seconds the gap from first to second last time around in favour of Mark Osborne. 1.8 seconds that time around, so Osborne working away, building a gap, really starting to get the hang of this machine, and it's looking threatening here. As I said before, he's making a statement. Will those two DNFs from yesterday come back to bite him when it comes to the grid for the 34 lapper? There's enough laps here to do the business. Down the back straight once more, Mark Osborne. White flag about to come out for the three-time New Zealand Super Saloon champion. Osborne comes through. Then Sam Waddell. Steve Cowling in third place. Osborne powers out of two for the last time. That little bit of smoke coming out of the back once more. It's been a telltale sign on car 16 here this weekend, but through he comes, Mark Osborne, 2 from 2 today. The perfect run so far. Sammy Waddell in second place, ahead of Cowling in third. What a drive from Mark Osborne. He'll be happy with that one. His second race win of the afternoon. Osborne takes it out. Couple of second gap back to Sam Waddell. Then we go to Steve Cowling in third, Craig Cardwell in fourth place, Ricky Bolton in fifth, Hayden Mackay in sixth, Kane Lawson seventh, and rounding up your field, Trevor Elliott in eighth place. That there was the VIP Structural Steel Group and the Southern Lakes ITM Group, all part of the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship right here at Central Motor Speedway. On track at the moment though, heat number 4 for the Production Saloons. Ricky Pilley, car number 94, starts from P1. Martin on his outside, car number 17 from Greymouth. He starts from position 2. Clark, also from Greymouth, starts from P3. Vaughan Cornelius, of course, a winner here today. He starts from position 4. Aaron Brooklyn starts car 33 from the third row of the grid. Jagged on his outside, car number 48 from Wanganui. Aaron Reid, car 16 from grid position 7. Alex Crosby starts from grid position 8, car 41. Alma starts car number 86 from Wanganui from position 9. 10 Vaughan Fairburn in car 17. Cody Denniston, car number 95 from grid position 11. Dave McKenzie, 67 from position 12. Sam Martin starts Big Falcon, car number 14 from grid position 13. And Hill starts car number 38, another Big Falcon, right at the tail of the grid. Not just plumbing, up against the McDonough Contracting Group here for Production Saloons. Ricky Pilley leads him down to turn number 1. 5 wide as he head down there. Brooklyn with a nice move right down the inside. He measured them and fired himself right down there. Cornelius coming back at him at the moment. So around the big sweeping turns number 3 and 4 here at Central Motor Speedway, and it's Ricky Pilley who leads the way through. Brooklyn in a bit of a battle at the moment. Trying to keep Cornelius just behind him. Alex Crosby trying to find his way through as well. He's on the inside of Clark. Up the inside he goes. Vaughan Fairbairn behind him. Fairbairn's got some ground to make up here, of course, as well. He had he went down by a couple of laps in his last heat. But at the moment, it's Ricky Pilley from Beachland Speedway with a handy lead over clubmate Aaron Brooklyn, currently holding second place. Cornelius looks to the outside of Brooklyn. Then we go back to Alex Crosby, two-time New Zealand Formula Ford champion, doing the business out there at the moment. Currently down in 4th place, pulling away from Fairbairn. Here comes Brooklyn up the inside of Cornelius. That's a great battle, that one there, for 2nd and 3rd place. Ricky Pilley comes through once more. Brooklyn and Cornelius still side by side. Nothing between them at all. You can see the telltale signs of a little bit of contact on the side of Brooklyn's car, whether it be from this race or not, I'm not sure. The old rubber marks down the side. Brooklyn pushes Cornelius out very, very wide. Cornelius thinks about ducking down the inside, but of course Hill from Riverside and the Big Falcon, he's right there, so he can't find a way down. Alex Crosby starting to close in. Crosby giving chase. Cornelius up in front of him. Ricky Pilley comes through down the inside there of Alma's. Dave McKenzie just in front of them. Cornelius and Brooklyn still side by side. Alex Crosby, contact there between Brooklyn and Cornelius. They have a second swipe. Alex Crosby's about to have a dive down the outside of Brooklyn now as well. The red mist under the helmet of car number 33. He's fallen back. Cornelius, it's allowed him through. Be interesting to see what the officials call on that move down there with Cornelius and Brooklyn. Ricky Pilley though, he comes out of turn number 4, the white flag presented. Cornelius and Brooklyn giving chase. They come through now as well. Then we go back to Crosby and Fairbairn. Of course, young Crosby, he's going to start a 5-week series in the TRS series in Taupo, and of course finishing at Highlands. So he's got some big races coming up in his hard track career. But it's a race win in Production Saloons this afternoon for Ricky Pilley. Nice drive. Cornelius home in 2nd place, just ahead of Brooklyn in 3rd, and then Crosby. So I'd imagine there could be some heated discussions at the end of this one here. Brooklyn fires past Cornelius in disgust, I would imagine. But we'll wait and see what the Speedway New Zealand officials call on that one there. But we'll look at the results that happened on track. Of course, it is the Not Just Plumbing Group, the McDonough Contracting Group as well. Ricky Pilley, the fastest man on track with a 19.472. He was your race winner ahead of Vaughan Cornelius. Almost a 6-second gap back from 1st to 2nd. Aaron Brooklyn in 3rd place, and we go back to Alex Crosby in 4th, Vaughan Fairbairn in 5th, Ian Clark in 6th. Sam Martin got the Falcon from the back of the grid up to 7th place. Good points for him. Ray Jagged in 8th, Keith Martin in 9th, and Dave McKenzie in 10th place. We're going to head on down to the pits now. Gabe's got a driver down there, Greg Johnson, I think it is. He's going to have a yarn to him.
Yeah, exactly. Greg Johnson here. Greg, Heat 4 race winner. Got to be pretty proud of that one.
Yeah, mate. No, we're stoked, eh? Like, just a wee bit dubious going into that first corner. Gave Alistair a little bit of room, and then able to pop down the inside of him and just keep going from there.
And the first race tonight, you had one of the passes of probably the championship so far, passing 3 cars. But as per usual, yellow lights come on, but you still got around them in the end, finishing 3rd in that one.
Yeah, unfortunately, we actually got pipped for just going over the pole. So we actually got relegated 2 spots on there, but otherwise, yeah, I was told apparently it was the pass of the night, but yeah, we'll see. The feature's not there yet, so.
Alrighty, and we've got a few sponsors you want to thank as well?
Yeah, HPE, Gavin Hill, the Canvas Company, Motorsport Sales, Stowberry Eltron, Gasco, TDX. We've got heaps of them, man. So it's great for them to be on board.
Righty, good luck for the feature coming up soon, eh?
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
Righty, back up to you, Daryl.
So yeah, Greg Johnson, very, very impressive out there in that saloon heat. Just looking at a couple of the replays up on the screen here in the control tower from that last production saloon race, and it was pretty exciting about 5 wide heading down into turns number 1 and 2, which was very, very cool indeed. Hope you're enjoying your afternoon here, folks, at Central Motor Speedway. Of course, make sure you do head around and support our vendors here. Grab yourself something to eat or drink, a Mr. Whippy or hot chips or whatever tickles your fancy. Go and grab something there, and of course the white gazebo down there on turn number 1. You can grab yourself some memorabilia down there. One of the programs from the event with all the pictures and the information about the drivers. Heaps of great stuff in there. We'll be back on track in just a moment, folks, with another heat. The Lucinda Dixon Lab Realty Group up against the Riverland Holiday Park Group. This is the last heat for the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship. In fact, they're going to be rolling out right now, so no point going for a break because we're going to have some cars on track very, very shortly. Richie Taylor, in fact, leading them out. Crowd favourite here so far. He's got a lot of supporters as Richie. I was actually watching Richie this afternoon when I got here. He was getting his gear checked by Speedway New Zealand, and he actually warned the lady checking his gear not to smell his boots. He said they're a little bit high, so just don't get too close to those things. A bit of a character of the sport. He's in the CB2 machine. He'll start this one here from the front row of the grid. Bodie Abrahamson on his outside, car number 49 in the Stealth machine. Another Stealth machine starting from position 3, that is Malcolm Natai. Then we go to Ewan Shearing. He's been impressive this weekend, car number 69 from Central Motor Speedway. Ian Burstyn, of course, absolutely did a demolition job on the field in his last race out. He starts further down the field this time in P5. Then we go to Hayward. Of course, he's leading points going into this round. He's car number 92 from Bay Park Speedway. Benji Snedden, car number 8 from Kihikihi. And Ryan Marsden, also a heat winner here this afternoon. He starts right at the back of the field for this one here in that Lovelady Mustang. He's from Christchurch. So, man, there's some big hitters in this race as well. Of course, we spoke about the talent in that last heat. Well, I'll tell you what, this one here, there's certainly plenty of experience out there and some good hard-charging young guns set to do battle in this one here, the final heat for the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship here at Central Motor Speedway. Man, what an event this has been so far. The number 1 sticker on car 58 this season. Will it be the season of Richie Taylor? We'll wait and see. This here, his last chance to add points to a pretty impressive tally so far to head into that 34-lap feature final. Abrahamson on the outside. The Tyre Power sponsored machine out of Woodford Glen Speedway heads him down into turns number 1 and 2. Taylor just tucks in behind him. It's Stealth versus CB2 down the back straight. Taylor sets his car up nice and early down there on the inside of turns 3 and 4, but it's Abrahamson who gets a beautiful run on the outside. Side by side, down between turns 1 and 2, nothing between them whatsoever. A nice move by Hayward. Here's a look down the outside of Malcolm Natai. Ewan Shearing's had a good start in this one here as well. He's up to 3rd place. He's managed to shake Natai up. Hayward trying to find a way through. So's Burson, Marsden and Snedden caught up at the back of the field in this one here. Burson now down the inside of Hayward, so he's picked up another spot. He's down in 5th place. Ewan Shearing flaunting with the wall there. He's high and wide, but this battle up front still goes in favour of Bodie Abrahamson, car number 49 out of Woodford Glen Speedway. Taylor just in behind him, car number 58. Then we go back to Shearing and Natai, Burson, Hayward, Snedden and Marsden. Abrahamson just starting to stretch the legs now in car 49. He's into a rhythm. He was so fast here over the Christmas period. He came down and raced at the Christmas Champs, raced at the New Year's Champs as well, and he was super fast. And a bit of bad luck here yesterday, but here he is, stretching the legs on car 49, a new car for him this season. Richie Taylor trying to fight back. The Fairview Fiberglass sponsored car number 58 out of Woodford Glen Speedway. He's closed the gap. He thought about having a look on the inside between 1 and 2. Shearing still holding third place. Burson trying to put some pressure on Malcolm Ngatai. He needs some points, Burson. He picked up a win before, but he had a pretty rough day here yesterday. Every point a prisoner in this championship. That could be the point that gets you up another row in the starting grids for that 34-lap feature final. Hayward, he's just fallen away now from Burson. Through comes Abrahamson. 5 to run here. Central Motor Speedway, the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship. Richie Taylor still in second place. Then we go back to Ewan Shearing. This will be good points for Ewan Shearing in this one here as well in car 69. Currently in third place, Malcolm Ngatai in fourth, the suck-it-up machine. Ian Burson, the baby-faced assassin, trying to close the gap. You can see the track starting to black up and around the exit of turn number 4. Abrahamson still leading Richie Taylor. Taylor doesn't have an answer for Abrahamson here at the moment, as he sets car 49 up around the big sweeping turns 3 and 4. They're going a whole lot wider than what they were here yesterday. Burson all over the back of Ngatai. Has a wee sniff down there between 1 and 2. Just struggling to get past him at the moment, but he makes a move down the inside. A nice move there by Burson. Checkered flag comes out though for Bodie Abrahamson. He takes this one here out. Richie Taylor home in second place. Then we go back to Ewan Shearing, car number 69. Nice drive, Bodie Abrahamson gets the job done here. The final heat, of course, that's the Lucinda Dixon Lab Realty Group and the Riverlands Holiday Park Group. Abrahamson takes it out, 0.752 of a second, so a real tight one there. Ewan Shearing in third place, Malcolm Ngatai in fourth, Ian Burson in fifth place, Scott Hayward in sixth, Benji Sned in seventh, and Ryan Marsden in eighth place. That is the final heat, heat 15 of the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship. Alrighty, race fans, rolling out on track, we have the Placemakers Group and the Versatile Group, all part of the Fresh Choice Cromwell Aotea Production Saloon Cup. Liam Ballantyne will start from pole position, car number 27. In fact, I don't see Liam out on track, so he's a casualty in this one here. Blake Hamilton starts car number 72 on the outside. Row. Laura Heads car number 64 from grid position 3. Avon Erskine car 18 will start from grid position 4. Third row of the grid sees Stephen Clements car number 25 out of Invercargill. James Woods on his outside in position 6. Cam Bauer car number 99 from Dunedin starts from position 7th. Lena Johnson starts car number 27 from grid position 8. Next row back we see Hackett start car number 434 from Wanganui from grid position 9. Brown starts from position 10 in car 18. Eddie Franz starts from position 11. Blake Murdoch from position 12. And Brian Wilson, car number 7. He starts car number 7 from grid position 13. No Fedu Taiwa on track today. Of course, his motor gave up the ghost here yesterday. It's the Placemakers Group, the Versatile Group here. The last heat of action for the Aotea Production Saloon Cup. A nice start there by Blake Hamilton. He goes right down the inside there, but he's got a very, very quick Avon Erskine in car number 18 on the outside. James Woods gets a good start too. He goes down the outside of Laura Heads. He's moved up to third place. Hackett working his way through now as well. The man from Wanganui, car number 434. He goes to the outside of Laura Head. Stephen Clements not too far off the pace there as well. Then we go back to Eddie Franz, Blake Murdoch. Power off down the back straight. James Woods chasing hard. Avon Erskine through he comes. His first race win happened a little bit earlier on here this afternoon. Hamilton still holds car 72 down the inside. Here comes Hackett looking threatening at the moment. Goes up the inside of James Woods in the Nissan Primera. He's in fourth at the moment. Then we go back to Laura Heads, the 51 of Eddie Franz, Clements, Murdoch, then Hill and Wilson. Avon Erskine, a handy lead at the moment. 1.1 seconds last time around. He's stretching that as this race goes on. Through comes Erskine. Hackett having a big look on the inside of Blake Murdoch. The two preludes side by side at the moment. Hamilton gets a nice run on the outside, but Hackett has been fast. He's come from a long way back. The Speedy Sign sponsored machine from Wanganui. He sits down on the low line between 3 and 4. Can he get a run on the inside of Blake Murdoch as they come down to turns number 1 and 2? Brian Wilson, car 7, heads to the infield. Nice drive out of turn number 2 for Blake Hamilton. Down and around 3 and 4. Hamilton's gone a little bit wide this time around. I think Hackett will make the move up the inside down here in turns 1 and 2. So Hackett goes through. Hamilton's going to have to come down on the low line there side by side. This is a great battle for second and third in this one here. James Woods still holding fourth place. And we go back to Franz, Laura Heads, Clements, Murdoch. And of course Hill down the, Brown, car number 18. Down the tail of the field. So Hackett's finally got the job done. It's taken about 6 or 7 laps, but he's managed to get the job done now on Blake Hamilton in car number 72. He's dropped down into that third spot. Through comes Erskine. 2.5 second gap to Hackett. The laps really running down here. Hackett would dearly have loved to get up there and have a crack at Erskine, but he's running out of time. The white flag should come out this time around for Avon Erskine from Central Motor Speedway, one of the local lads in full control of this one here. Heat 15 of the Aotea Production Saloon Cup. It's been an absolutely fantastic event. Of course, they will go to a repechage, then a 20-lap feature final. Murdoch now with a nice move round the inside of his clubmate Stephen Clements, but it's going to be car number 18 from Central Motor Speedway, Avon Erskine. He takes the chocolates in this one here. Car number 434 from Wanganui, Brett Hackett in second place. And Blake Murdoch home in a third. An entertaining race. The final heat race for the production saloons. Of course, that was the Placemakers group and the Versatile group. Race number 13 on your program here this afternoon at Central Motor Speedway. So Erskine took that one out. 2.7 seconds the gap back to Brent Hackett. Blake Hamilton in third place, James Woods in fourth, Eddie Franz in fifth, Laura Head sixth, Blake Murdoch seventh, Stephen Clements eighth, Stephen Brown ninth, and of course the DNF for Brian Wilson parked up down on the infield. Fastest man on track, Brent Hackett, for that race there. We'll go to a quick pause for the cause, folks, and we'll be back here very shortly at Central Motor Speedway.
Righty, we're here with the 49C Bodie Abrahamson. Get that one right. Righty, you haven't had the best of weekends, but you've got to be happy with that last race win.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we had a tough weekend. Bit of my own doing and a bit of bad luck and a few mechanical dramas. But yeah, no, it was nice to get a win and show what we can do out there.
Obviously, just got the 34 lap feature coming up. That's all that matters, though.
Yeah, that's right. We got a shot, but I mean, it's 34 laps, I know, but you know, there's a lot of good cars out there, and we will be starting pretty deep in the field, I'd imagine. But yeah, never give up. We'll go out there and have some fun and see where we end up.
And obviously, sponsors on the car, you want to thank?
Yeah, pretty much, like I said, myself, Overdrive and Tyre Power. But just my crew, really. That's the big help.
And good luck for the feature race coming up, eh?
Yeah, cool. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Righty, back up to you, Daryl.
Cheers, Gabe. Good to see Bodie back. A good result. It has been a testing weekend, of course, for Bodie. Top young guy in the sport, and as I say, he'll be a name that we will see for a number of years to come in the Super Saloon grade. So out on track at the moment we see youth saloons, as we mentioned before. They're an invited grade to Central Motor Speedway, and they come from Invercargill and Dunedin. So we'll just quickly head down to the pit area. I think Gabe's catching up down there with Trevor Elliott just before we kick into action here for the youth saloons.
Righty, we're here with the 27C Trevor Elliott. Trevor, hasn't been the best of weekends, but it's a 34 lap race to win it all, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 34 laps. So we'll, we've got the old car here, and obviously we're not as fast as the newer model cars, but 34 laps. Track goes slick. It's getting a few ruts down in certain places. We'll see what happens.
You've proven this season, though, that down that inside line you're pretty handy, especially at Woodford Glen.
Yeah, you had a good run last time at Woodford Glen, and it was exactly that. There's some ruts developed, and these cars bounced around them, and I drove through them, yeah, so it was quite good.
Obviously, sponsors on the car you want to thank for getting you here?
Yeah, there's Elliott Scaffolding, 5S Contracting, SJS Mechanical, and Kiwi Signs.
Alrighty, good luck for the feature coming up, eh?
Yeah, thank you.
Righty, back up to you, Daryl.
Yeah, Trevor Elliott, certainly one of the characters of the sport. Good to see him on track and doing his thing. He could quite easily have said, no, I'll sit here and have a couple of beers and watch the racing, but no, he's out there doing his thing, which is great to see. So Kate Howard leads him around car number 99, Hunter Kurgazu on the outside. Holly with a big move down the inside now, car number 51 out of Beachland Speedway. A few cars there at the moment just getting caught in behind Howard. Young Zach Kiddo was one of them, car number 79. He's side by side at the moment with Caden Race, car number 49. He's working his way through. It's been a good start also for Zoe Memphis, car number 18. Up in second place at the moment, but it's Holly, car number 51 out of Beachland Speedway, who leads this one here. A little bit high and wide coming out of turn number 2. Of course, it's taken a wee while for some of these drivers. Of course, it's just their second race here for a lot of them at Central Motor Speedway to get used to that real tight corner down there in turns 1 and 2, and then of course you get the big sweeping corner down there in 3 and 4. So Caden Race right up behind Brodie Holly at the moment, trying to find a way through. Memphis drops down to third place. Richardson working his way through now as well. Of course, they fixed that bumper up on car number 53. Max Kemp starting to come through now as well. He's got Blake Fox Miller on his outside. Kiddo once again, car number 27, with issues with that car. Man, every race I reckon I've commentated this season, that car basically comes to a standstill, then it kicks itself into life again, and off he goes. Loses a heap of spots, and maybe he just likes passing. Speaking of passing, Caden Race right up the inside of Brodie Holly down there in turns number 3 and 4. Max Kemp looking racy at the moment. He's right out on the wall. I tell you what, he's just given a shower to that young lady down there with dust down in turn number 4. She absolutely wore it. Trouble there for Bennett as well, car number 73. As all these cars go down the outside of Kate Howard in car number 99. Max Kemp tucks in behind Richardson there at the moment. Then we go back to Fox Miller. Tyson Thomas looking racy. Then Lockie Robinson. Hunter Kurgazu. Noah Kiddo. Zach Kiddo. They're both right there. Then Heads, car number 7. Then Glover, car number 89. 21 out on track there as well. That's Jasmine Todd. She's just going a lap down at the moment. Kemp high and wide one. Oh, Holly, there's man, how was there not contact there? I thought he was coming down on Richardson. I thought he was going to clean the nose of car number 53. He's all over the shop there at the moment, young Brodie Holly. Through comes Caden Race, car number 49 from Riverside Speedway, the white flag out, one more lap to go for Race. He's a couple of seconds up the road from Memphis, car number 18 out of Riverside Speedway. Memphis has just gone a little bit wide there, and Max Kemp's going to get a run right down the outside, almost passes her like she's standing still. But your race winner is going to be Caden Race. He takes out race number 2 for Youth Saloons here at Central Motor Speedway. Max Kemp in second place, and a nice drive for car number 18, which is Zoe Memphis from Riverside Speedway. So Caden Race takes this one here out. Had a good grid position, made hay while the sun was shining, and raced off to a 3.5 second lead over Max Kemp. Zoe Memphis in a third place, and we go back to Tyson Thomas in fourth, Brodie Holly in fifth place, Josh Barlow in sixth, Blake Fox Miller in seventh, Lockie Thomas in eighth, Zach Kino in ninth, Hunter Kurgasu in 10th place. Gabe's down in the pit area with Malcolm Natai. We're going to head pit side.
Just having a wee look at your car, not too much damage on there from that crash with Gary Edwards there.
Yeah, we did a fair bit of frontal damage. The boys managed to stitch the front on. One of the lads lent us a front, so we got it out there. It was a bit rough in that race, but we didn't get time to get a good setup on, but we're getting into it now, and hopefully we've got something for the last race.
Obviously, just saw your grid 7 for the feature race coming up. Got to be pretty happy with that, juggling between two cars.
Yeah, really happy with that. So we're just getting used to this new car, and we're getting there, leaps and bounds. So just to be up that sort of top 10, we're basically top 10 in New Zealand. It's bloody good.
And obviously sponsors on the car you want to thank?
Yes, Smith's Cranes have been a big one that's come on this year and last year. They're getting us up and down the country, and all my other sponsors obviously suck it up. And I look at the car, CHS, Smoky T's Restaurant in Christchurch. It goes on and on and on. Affordable Hire, Brian FM, and sorry if I missed anyone, but we're just a lot of guys chip in and help where they can, and it's been really helpful. So,
righty, good luck for the feature, and hopefully see an NZ on the Super Saloon this time, eh?
I'll be happy just to finish it. 34 laps. It's a long race, so we'll just see if we can keep the wheels on it.
Righty, good luck, eh?
Cheers, thank you.
Righty, back up to you, Daryl.
The absolute champion of the sport, Malcolm Natai, down there. Certainly wish him all the best in that 34-lap feature final. Of course, as soon as I get my hands on some grid draws, I'm going to go shake some feathers very, very shortly and find out if I can get those grid draws for that feature final. We will let you folk out there know what the lineup will look like for the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship. But in the meantime, though, it is mini stocks rolling out on track. Youth mini stocks brought to you by CK Catering. A big thanks to both Kathy and Mr. C for sponsoring the youth mini stocks here tonight at Central Motor Speedway. 8 laps of action. Lockie Campbell Tate leads them out. He's got McIntyre on his outside. Josh McIntyre, car number 12. 51 is Franz. Byron Craig on the outside of Franz. Brooke Marshall, car number 14. Jack Anderton, car number 88. He starts on the outside of the third row. Caelan Keith, couple of race wins over the weekend for him. Jackson Dakem, another very fast young driver, car number 423. Certainly a great grade, as we mentioned before. They can start driving these machines from the age of just 12 years old. Once they're 16, of course, they can finish their 16th year before moving up into the senior ranks. So much choice, of course, in those senior ranks. Of course, a lot of the drivers step into six-shooter racing, have a crack at stock cars, whatever they want to do. Saloons, you name it. They can jump out of these cars at the age of 16 and hop into those senior ranks. So McIntyre, car number 12, he's also a youth saloon driver. So those cars that you've seen out just a moment ago, McIntyre actually races one of those as well. Very, very competitive young driver from Riverside Speedway. So the lights are out, green flag awaits the youth mini stocks, their second race of the afternoon here at Central Motor Speedway. Jack Burrison with a big jump down the inside. Lucy Scott tries to defend as they head down to turns 1 and 2. McIntyre off to an absolute flyer. Then we go back to Waylon Franz in second place. Trouble there for Craig, falling down the order at a rapid pace. Patience Cooper goes up the inside there. Tane Ballantyne. Car number 27, his first season of racing as well. Burson there with the elbows out, goes right down the inside of Scott. The yellows have come on. That's for that car of Craig, which just stopped down there in turn number 3. Burson got a good start last time around. He's 2 rows behind Lucy Scott, but he managed to get right up alongside her going into turn 1. He's done the same again, shot down nice and low. Scott's not falling for it this time though. She pulls down onto that pole line. Keeps Burson well and truly behind. Kaylin Keith with a nice start as well. Waylon Franz was leading this one here, but McIntyre, the high side construction machine, with a nice move around the outside. Kaylin Keith now with a look down the inside of Franz as well. Anderton on the outside, car number 88. Then we go back to Scott. Lockie Campbell Tate, car number 49. Burson tucks in behind him, then Jackson Dacomb. A lot of these young Christchurch drivers very, very fast. And I tell you what, it's been the best thing for the Central Motor Speedway drivers, having these Christchurch drivers travel south over the Christmas break. It's actually made them far faster. Lost a lot of experience out of these grades in the last couple of years. So it's given these guys here, guys and girls I should say, a chance to really develop over this Christmas period with some solid competition. Kaylin Keith now, he heads down the back straight, shortens the gap between himself and McIntyre. McIntyre, car number 12. Comes around turns number 3 and 4, the BMAX sheet metal machine. Here comes Kaylin Keith down the inside. Lucy Scott in third place. She's looking racy. Then we go back to the 88 of Anderton. Scott there, just a wee mistake coming out of 2. Allows Anderton to chase. Burson working his way through the field. Franz on the outside, then Dacomb, Jeffcoat. Jeffcoat's been pretty consistent so far this season. Hunter Elliott Cross working the way through there now as well. Car number 132, just ahead of the 22 machine of Oscar McIlmont from Christchurch. Then we go back to Tate, the 14 of Brooke Marshall, then Jess Evans. They'll head down the outside of Ballantyne down into turn number 3. Through comes Kaylin Keith. Starting to pull away from the early leader, which was McIntyre. Marshall just having a wee bit of trouble down there in turn number 2. Car 14 parks up down on the infield. Lucy Scott still holding third place. Her first season of racing. She's only done about half a dozen meetings and certainly been a very, very competitive racer. Burson now with a move down the inside of Anderton. Car number 21 out of Nelson makes that move. He now sits in 4th place. Anderton behind him trying to come back down the inside. Jackson Dacomb's right there as well. Kaylin Keith comes through. The white flag is out. He picks up a win in race number 1. He's got a comfortable lead here at the moment over McIntyre. Lucy Scott trying to chase down McIntyre. She's in 3rd place. The battle for 4th, 5th and 6th is not decided yet. Dacomb down the outside of Anderton. Down into turns 1 and 2 now. Cooper and Ballantyne joined by the race leader, Kaylin Keith, car number 321. He takes this one here out. McIntyre home in 2nd place. A nice drive by McIntyre and a nice drive by Lucy Scott, car number 88 in 3rd place. Burson and Dacomb still battling it out down there in turn 2. Bit of contact with those two cars as they came out of there. But that is Youth Mini Stocks brought to you by CK Catering. Their second race of the afternoon here at Central Motor Speedway. Final results, Kaylin Keith takes that one there out. Joshua McIntyre, 2.3 seconds adrift in 2nd place. Lucy Scott in 3rd, Jack Burson 4th, Jackson Dacomb in 5th place, Jack Anderton in 6th, Cooper Waylon Franz in 7th, Leela Jeffcoat 8th, Hunter Elliott Cross in 9th, and Oscar McIlmont in 10th place. Technical Welding Services Hamilton are specialists in the transit concrete mixer industry. From chassis drop-off to a full working concrete mixing, the team will take care of the job from start to finish. Full engineering services and general sheet metal work can also be undertaken. Need a quote? Call 07 847 2031 or visit our website www.techweld.nz. Technical Welding Services Hamilton, we are the experts.
The St. Nicholas is a familiar sight around Bluff as she steams out to capture Can-Do Fishing's famous Bluff kinner. Once caught, the kinner is brought back to the purpose-built factory in Bluff where it is processed, packed and shipped fresh to you. But that's not all that Can-Do Fishing can do for you. Try some of their green-boned fish or delicious power products and you will soon see why seafood from the Bluff is world famous. So head to your local fish market or supermarket and ask for Can-Do Fishing kinner, fish or power. Can-Do Fishing, there's nothing we can't do for you.
Alrighty folks, welcome back to Central Motor Speedway. Down on track at the moment we've got the youth mini stock drivers and the youth saloon drivers. Bit of a tug of war going on. So me looking out at the moment, the youth mini stock drivers are on the right hand side and the youth saloon drivers on the left hand side. Young Tame Ballantyne there leading the way. He told me that he was away at was it a Girl Guides Jamboree or something last week and he did a bit of tug of war up there. So he'll be in form. Look at this. Here we go. Who's the toughest? The youth saloons or the youth mini stocks? Youth mini stocks looking the part at the moment. It's gone the way of the youth mini stocks down there. Look at that. All the youth saloon guns all turning around blaming each other. Looks to be a lot more people on the youth mini stock side than the youth saloon side. Looks a bit unfair. I reckon it'll be all that practice that young Ballantyne had up at the Girl Guide Jamboree. Stu Evans down there as well. He was probably yanking on that rope as well, I would imagine. Helping them out. Look at them, there's like 60 kids on one side and 20 on the other. Just got sent through the grids for the New Zealand Championship too, if anyone's interested at all. It was funny, I haven't had them handed to me, but someone from the crowd actually messaged them through to me, so figure that one out. Right, Daryl Barnes holding the rope up, fine specimen that he is. Round number 2. Tug of war here, Central Motor Speedway. Oh, this time the youth saloons giving things a pretty good jerk down there. Oh, Daryl Barnes, he does a bit of two-step in the background. But it's the youth mini stock once again that are looking the goods here. Pulling away pretty hard. We've got to wait for that little... Oh, look out, the camera's gone sideways on me. It makes me feel a bit woozy up in the control tower here with that camera flopping around all over the place at the moment. This is a good battle, this one here. Still the youth mini stocks. Looking pretty good, and it's gone the way of youth mini stocks. 2-0 so far. Look at that, half the team are on the ground. Blake Fox-Miller dragging himself up. Daryl Barnes would have been quite hilarious if he'd landed on the ground as well. Look at him. Specimen of a man. So what are they doing? Changing sides? Or do they reckon that one end of the rope's easier to pull than the other? We'll wait and see. So the line up. So this time, the youth saloon drivers are on the right-hand side. My right-hand side. So of course I'm on on this side of the track, so you can figure it out. Youth mini stock drivers at the other end, left-hand side. Young Blake Fox-Miller there, he's really given this thing a decent yank. You can see the determination on the young bloke's face. Here come the youth mini stocks. Those girls at the back aren't really doing much there at all. This is a good battle as well. Flag sitting right in the middle there. Of course, it's 2-0 so far to the youth mini stocks, and they've got a roll on here. It's 3-0 to the youth mini stocks. So good stuff. There we go. Put your hands together, folks, for the youth mini stock drivers and the youth saloon drivers here at Central Motor Speedway. Youth mini stocks taking out the tug of war there, 3-0. Alrighty, folks, welcome back to Central Motor Speedway, the fresh choice Cromwell Aotea Production Saloon Cup. This is a repechage, folks. Only 4 cars make it through out of this group to join the top 20 cars for that 20-lap feature final a wee bit later on. So we see Stephen Nicholas out there, car number 51, Laura Heads in car number 64. They will be on the front row of the grid. No Stephen Clements, the smallest man in Speedway, has actually blown a motor up, so he's out. Blake Murdoch starts car number 32 from position 4. Then we go back to Brown, car number 18 in 5th. Mackenzie and the wee Peugeot there will start from 6th. Then we go to Cox. The AU Falcon will start from 7th. Glover starts from 8th place, car number 89. Wilson starts car 7 from 9th. Martin from 10th. Johnson, car number 23 from 11th. Elmers, car number 86 from Wanganui in 12th place. Then we go back to Hill, car number 38 in 13th, and Aaron Reid in 14th place. Of course, Reid had a DNF yesterday in 2 races that he didn't compete in, so he's well down on points. But the repechage, it's all about getting to the front, getting in those top 4 places to go through to the final of the Fresh Choice Cromwell Aotea Production Saloon Cup, the first ever. Should be a good battle, this one here up front. So the acceleration line has been put down in turn number 4. This is the repechage for the Fresh Choice Cromwell Aotea Production Saloon Cup. The RVC tow truck heads down to the infield. Laura Head sets the pace on the outside. She's car number 64. Stephen Nicholas on the inside, car 51. Lights are out. We're set for a race start. Heads gets on the gas, side by side, down into turns number 1 and 2. Can she cover? You betcha she can. Goes right across the front of Stephen Nicholas. Oh, a wee bit of contact there with Glover and Mackenzie. But a nose-to-tail contact going into turns number 1 and 2. Those cars cleared themselves, managed to get back on track. So Heads leads this one here. Then we go back to Nicholas. Blake Murdoch chasing hard at the moment as well. Car number 32. Then we go back to the 18 car of Stephen Brown from Riverside Speedway. He's got Coxon behind him. The AU Falcons car 66. Then Glover. Alma's there as well, all the way from Wanganui. She would dearly love to get up into those top 4 cars and make it through to the final. She's down the order at the moment, just sitting in behind Glover in that car number 89. Nicholas now trying to fight his way back to the front of the grid. It's a top 4 that go through. Trouble for Stephen Brown, comes out of turn number 2, lost a bit of pace, manages to get going once more. Here comes Nicholas on the outside of Laura Heads, or a little bit of contact as they come round turns number 3 and 4, door handle to door handle. Nicholas on the high side, Laura Heads down nice and low, she's closing the gap. Not wanting to give him an inch, but she hasn't managed to close it quick enough. Stephen Nicholas down the outside, the man they call Socks. Right round the outside, Laura Heads fighting down on the inside once more. Last thing you'd want to do is bin it in a repechage and not make it through to that final. You've only got to be in the top 4. It's risk versus reward. There's really no reward if you're currently sitting in 1st and 2nd and you're battling it out. Blake Murdoch still currently holding 3rd place. Cox now starting to put all sorts of pressure. That's Matt Cox on the back of Steve Brown. Can the AU Falcons sneak past the Nissan Primera? Cox on the outside. Then we go back to Glover, Almas. The 17 machine of Keith Martin from Greymouth. Cox now on the outside of Brown. This here is the difference between sitting on the sidelines and watching the final race here this afternoon for Production Saloons, or actually being in the final race here this afternoon for Production Saloons. Stephen Nicholas a mile out front. Then we go back to Laura Heads and Blake Murdoch. Lap starting to count down. Matt Cox from Christchurch all over the back of Stephen Brown from Riverside. The AU Falcons sideways around turns 3 and 4. Brown sitting in a pretty defensive place at the moment, just closes the gap as he comes out of turn number 2. It's going to be a big squeeze down the back straight. Cox gets the nose just ahead, but this is where Brown ducks back down the inside. Side by side, they come past the control tower. A little bit of contact as they come through. Cox trying to turn down on him there. Brown not giving an inch. That's the race here, folks. Those two cars just exiting turn number 2 at the moment. They've got lap traffic up ahead of them as well in the form of Stephen Hills. He could play a factor in this one here. Top 4 cars go through. The top 3 at the moment, Nicholas in 51, Heads in 64, Murdoch in 32. Here comes Cox down the outside of Steve Brown, down the back straight. The mighty AU Falcon stretching the legs. Can he get the overlap? He sure can. Moves up to 4th place. White flag should come out this time around for the race leader, car 51. Stephen Nicholas of Central Motor Speedway. 1 lap away from booking a place in that 20-lap feature final. Laura Heads comes through. Blake Murdoch. Then we go back to Cox. Stephen Brown. Then Glover. Stephen Nicholas, though, with lap traffic on his inside. He comes round. He moves his way through to the final. Car 64, Laura Heads next in the queue. Then we go back to Blake Murdoch. And the all-important 4th placing is going to be car 66 from Christchurch. The AU Falcon brings it home. That there is Matt Cox. He books a seat in the final here this afternoon of the Fresh Choice Cromwell Aotea Production Saloon Cup. Well done to those 4 drivers. We'll take a look at the results. Nicholas quickest on track with a 20.708. He takes this one here out 6 seconds ahead of Laura Heads in 2nd, Blake Murdoch in 3rd, Matt Cox in 4th place. That's your 4 that go through. Just missing out, Stephen Brown in 5th, Olivia Glover 6th, David McKenzie in 7th, Keith Martin in 8th, Chelsea Elmers in 9th, and Maya Johnson rounding up your top 10. That is the repechage here, folks, for the Fresh Choice Cromwell Aotea Production Saloon Cup. Robinson out there, car number 97 from Riverside. Hunter Kurgazoo, car number 86. 27, Noah Kiddo. 79, Zach Kiddo. Not related at all, believe it or not. So green flag about to drop. Craig Davies. Race starter drops the flag. Bennett gets off to a flyer. Kemp tucks in behind as they head down to turns 1 and 2. Blake Fox-Miller pops in there as well. Lockie Robinson, Tyson Thomas. They're battling it out for 4th and 5th place. Then we go back to Kiddo, Holly, Richardson, Caden Race, your Heat 2 winner. Then we go back to Zach Kiddo, Zoe Memphis, Hunter Kurgazoo, Glover on the outside of Kurgazoo. Of course, that car being shared this weekend. We've seen Olivia Glover in the production saloons running the same car just a moment ago. Nice move right down the outside. Blake Foxmiller goes to the outside of both Bennett and Tyson Thomas moves up to second place. But it's Max Kemp out in front at the moment. The Skevington-sponsored machine out of Beachland Speedway. Down between turns 1 and 2. Handy lead at the moment. Bennett still struggling. Car number 73. Same things happened to her in the last couple of heats as well. So she heads down to the infield. Car seems to have picked up a little bit of speed there, but she may well pull down and retire from this one. Does so. So Tyson Thomas now, he's moved himself up into second place. He's ahead of Blake Foxmiller, car number 10. Then we go back to Robinson, Richardson, Kiddo, Holly and Race. Race leader comes through. Max Kemp once more looks to the outside of Kate Howard, car number 99, the wee Corolla out of Beachland Speedway. Powers out of turn number 2. Certainly a talented young driver. Almost a straight length at the moment. The lead from first to second here. Tyson Thomas absolutely loves it here at Central Motor Speedway. Every time he's raced here, he's banked some great results. He comes through now. He's in second place. So Glover, car number 89, parks up down there in turn number 2. So this will condense the field and it will bring some of those faster drivers up to the front, closes all the gaps up. Medical staff down there just making sure Hunter Glover's all okay. Because as we mentioned earlier on, even when the production saloons there before, the youth saloons, they have all the same safety gear on that you'd see in the super saloons. You've got the neck braces, you've got the harnesses, the race suits, the boots, absolutely everything. So very, very safe indeed. So when you do see them have a bit of a ding out on track there, then majority of the times I'll walk out, might have a bit of a sore knee or a sore shoulder or something like that. But very, very safe form of motorsport. Car number 10, Blake Foxmiller in third place. So Kemp, pedal to the metal, heads off down the main straight here at Central Motor Speedway, leads him down into turns 1 and 2. Thomas still holding second place. Caden Race, he's picked up a ton of spots at that restart as well. He's now up to 5th place. He got past Kiddo. Holly making a move up the inside of Richardson now as well. And down on the back straight. Through comes Kemp once more. Tyson Thomas still in second place. Race looking for a way up the inside of Foxmiller in car 10. His first season of racing, young Foxmiller, he certainly impressed me. Usually it takes a season or so of pretty much chasing your tail when it comes to youth saloon racing, but a lot of the drivers that have entered the sport this year have actually been very, very competitive. Caden Race, his second season of racing at the moment. He's the Speedway New Zealand Competitor of the Year for last season. He's car number 49. White flag set to drop though for car number 36, Max Kemp out of Beachland Speedway in Dunedin. Doing the business here on a Saturday night. He's got Kate Howard just up ahead of him. Looks to the outside of Howard. Clears off down the back straight for the last time tonight for youth saloons here at Central Motor Speedway. They've been pretty entertaining, the young youth saloons, but it's going to be Max Kemp who makes it 2 wins from 3 starts here tonight. Tyson Thomas, a nice drive by Thomas, gets home in second place just ahead of Caden Race in car 49. Oh, Caden Race just managed to pull his car up down there in turn number 3. I reckon those people that he was straight lining it towards, I reckon their eyeballs just opened right up. Zach Kiddo there, absolutely dropping his guts on the main straight here. I can see an oil trail down there, so not good for him. Max Kemp takes it out from Tyson Thomas. Caden Race in third place. Blake Foxmiller in fourth. Lockie Robertson in fifth place. Josh Barlow in sixth. Noah Kiddo seventh. Brody Holly in eighth. Zoe Memphis in ninth. Zach Kiddo rounds up your top 10. That is youth saloons here at Central Motor Speedway. parts performance machine of Lucy Scott. Man, she's impressed me so far this season. She really has, for a new driver to be battling it out with the front runners, especially these fast cars out of Christchurch. Very, very impressive. Leela Jeffcoat, she's had a good weekend here at Central Motor Speedway. She's car number 28 from Nelson. On her outside, car number 22 from Christchurch, Oscar McIlmont. That's your top couple of rows. Jack Burson, car number 21. A couple of Nelson cars there. Cooper Wayland Franz on his outside. Green flag set to drop here, Central Motor Speedway. Youth mini stock action. Their third race of the afternoon. And it's Jess Evans on the outside. McIlmont looking for a way down the inside, but Lucy Scott it is who'll lead them down into that tight turn 1 and 2. Evans tries to get a run down the outside. Here's McIlmont down the inside of Lucy Scott. As Anderton, it looks like, goes around down there in turn number 2. Car number 88, he'll have to work his way back through. Burson trying to find a way up the inside there of McIlmont. A little bit of contact, nothing in it though. All the cars happen to follow through. Here comes Kaylin Keith with a big look down the inside of Burson. Not much room there to sneak the nose of that car down. Leela Jeffcoat with a nice run down the back straight as well. She's side by side with Burson. Jess Evans looking racy in this one as well. Car number 33 out of Central Motor Speedway. She's in the mix in this one here as well, but it's Lucy Scott out in front. Car number 88 really making inroads in this race here. Charges out of turn number 2. McIlmont and Burson battling it out there side by side down the back straight. Kaylin Keith trying to find a way through there as well. Behind them we see Jeffcoat. Jess Evans side by side with her. Then car number 132, Hunter Elliott Cross. He's in a good battle with Jackson Dakem. They're side by side on the entry to turn 1 and 2. McIntyre finds a bit of pace round the outside of Elliott Cross. He goes down the outside there. Then we go back to car number 51, which is Franz. Behind Franz we see Byron Craig, then Lockie Campbell Tate, Anderton and Patience Cooper. So Scott out in front at the moment. The laps counting down. We've got Jess Evans parked up down here in turn number 4. That's car 33. That's not the result that Lucy Scott would have been wanting. She had a bit of a buffer over Kaylin Keith. 2 or 3 car lengths, but this gives him a chance to get right up on the back bumper of Lucy Scott. So just trying to see if there was any contact there at all. Still hard to see. I'm just trying to see if there was, who that car was. Looks like Jackson Dakem was the car that was beside Jess Evans, but hard to tell whether there was any form of contact there at all. Shane Carson sitting in the crowd there as well. The man with the big beard, he's looking up at the speakers too. He's the second one that's been fooled today. They think that I am sitting in the speakers talking, but I'm not. It's magic. And a big thanks once again for those people that jumped in and grabbed a ticket in the 50-50 raffle. I reckon it'll be a nice wee sum of money sitting down in the club rooms for you. Green Star 03D. So we get underway once more. Lucy Scott leads them down into turns 1 and 2. Kaylin Keith tucks in behind her. Then we go back to Jack Burson. Can Scott hold out Kaylin Keith? Oh, there's all sorts of contact down the back straight here. Lockie Campbell Tate, Leela Jeffcoat, and of course Hunter Elliott Cross. McIlmont there as well, all fighting over the same bit of real estate down the back straight. Still under green conditions here. Kaylin Keith has managed to move himself into the lead of this one here. Lucy Scott drops another spot. Falls down into 3rd place. Burson made a move on her. Then we see McIntyre now trying to work his way through. He's in 4th place at the moment, chasing Scott. Has a look on the inside. Lucy Scott covers well. Anderton's come back well, of course. He had that spin early in this one here. He's currently in 5th place. Out in front though, Kaylin Keith. He's got Ballantyne up in front of him. Ballantyne sitting about mid-track at the moment. Keith's going to look right down the inside. Ballantyne gives him plenty of room. Lucy Scott now back up to 2nd place. So trouble there for Burson. Burson falling down the order in car number 21. In fact, comes down to the infield. So Burson, Jack Burson that is, heads to the infield in this one. White flag about to come out for Kaylin Keith. The final lap for Youth Mini Stocks here. Through he comes, car 321. Couple of race wins so far tonight. for Keith. Set sail down the back straight. 2 more corners to contest. Lucy Scott in second place. Then we go back to McIntyre, but it's going to be Caelan Keith, the 3-2-1 from Woodford Glen Speedway. Man, he's put on a show here tonight in the youth mini stocks. He takes out this one here ahead of Lucy Scott. A nice drive by Scott in second place. McIntyre in third. Car 12s, the Central Motor Speedway machines, second and third. Nice drives from them. As I mentioned before, all these Christchurch drivers coming down has really improved the performance of the young Central Motor Speedway drivers. So Caelan Keith takes this one here out. Lucy Scott in second place. Josh McIntyre in third ahead of Jack Anderton in fourth. Cooper Whalen Franz in fifth place. Byron Craig in sixth. Lockie Campbell Tate in seventh. Leela Jeffcoat in eighth. Patience Cooper ninth. And Oscar McIlmont rounds up your top 10 in youth mini stocks. All right, folks, we're going to head down to the pit area. Daniel Rolton is down there, and he's going to have a bit of a chat to Gabe.
Yeah, that is right. We've got Daniel Rolton here, one of the main contributors to this Fresh Choice Cromwell Aotea Production Saloon Cup. How awesome has this competition been this weekend for them?
Oh, mate, I think it's been pretty impressive. These guys have definitely put on a show. Been obviously a pretty good selection of front rear-wheel drives, and if you look at the front row, you've got James going off grid too. Probably one of the best presented productions in the country, if you ask me. So, pretty cool. Really looking forward to this one. This is going to be something special, eh?
Why did you decide to hold this production cup?
I like a challenge, obviously. Obviously, I race as well, and I done all the New Zealand titles that were on offer for this grade. I just felt there wasn't anything for the production, so this was our way of saying, hey, let's put something on. Let's get the best drivers in the country to Cromwell. And obviously, I talked to Gav. Said, hey Gav, this is what I'm planning on doing. He sort of went, oh yeah, cool. I said, we'll put some prize money up. He goes, why don't we get 10 grand? I went, oh, righto. So obviously that, as you say, you put the money up, the boys will come, and we got 45 of the best productions in the country. If you're sitting at home, I tell you what, we are going to run this next year on the 10th of 11th of January right back here at Cromwell. So if you've got a year, save your money, book your ferries and get here.
I know as Huntley Speedway commentator, we'll be pushing that one up north, so obviously sponsors behind this event as well.
Oh yeah, mate, obviously Gav's been the main driving force behind that. We can't thank Ross and Sue enough from Fresh Choice for coming on as our major sponsors. Des and the McTaggart family from Crane Hire Services, Laura and her family from McDonough Contracting, Tony Crichton from Crichton Sandblasting. So you put me on the spot here. The team from Oakley's. They come on board, the Placemakers guys. It's just not just me plumbing. I feel like I've forgotten someone. I'm sorry, I apologise. But yeah, obviously we couldn't do it without them, and we appreciate everything they've done and contributed to this, and we look forward to hopefully working with you guys in the future.
Right, it's been awesome. As we head back up to Darryl, he's got the grid jaws for the final Aotea Production Saloon Cup.
Oh, he's a handsome man, old Daniel Rolton there on the camera. Of course, people in the crowd wouldn't have seen him. We should have put him on the back of a ute and fed him around the track so you can all see how handsome Daniel Rolton is. Alrighty, just trying to stuff down a Mr. Whippy. It's exactly what I needed on the old tonsils heading into feature time here in the Fresh Choice Aotea Production Saloon Cup. So we'll take a look at the grids. Westerman was the top point scorer, but he's chosen grid position 2. He's got Vaughan Cornelius on his inside, car number 12. Second row, we see Avon Erskine, the first of your local cars, start from grid position 3. Aaron Brooklyn on his outside in car number 33. Next row back, Eddie Franz, car number 51 out of Nelson. Alongside him, Brent Hackett from Wanganui, starting from grid position 6. Sam Martin, of course, he ended yesterday top on points. Tough day today for Sam. He starts from P7. Tyler Kalk starts from 8th on the grid, car number 48. Alex Crosby, he will start car number 41 from 9th on the grid. Matt Sherlock Bailey will start from 10th on the grid. Jagged will start car number 48 from 11th on the grid. Alongside him we'll see Clark out of Greymouth, and Clark in car number 21. He will start from grid position 12. Ricky Pilley, he will start car number 94 from 13th. Alongside him, James Woods, car number 804. He will start from 14th on the grid. Blake Hamilton starts car number 72 from 15th. Gavin Herring on his outside, starting from 16th place on the grid. Vaughan Fairburn will start from 17th on the grid in car 17. Liam Gray 18th in car number 72 from Greymouth. Sam McKenzie down the order a bit, 10th row of the grid, car number 11 starts from 19. 20th, we see Alistair Green from Riverside Speedway start car number 47. And of course, those 4 cars that we've seen in the repechage, Stevie Nixell, Stephen Nicholas, the man they call Socks, will start from 21st. Laura Heads alongside him in 22nd. Blake Murdoch 23rd. Matt Cox in 24th. That is your field, folks. This is the Fresh Choice Cromwell Aotea Production Saloon Cup feature final. 20 laps of action. Who's it going to be, folks? The first ever Production Saloon Cup here at Central Motor Speedway. 24 cars piling down into turns 1 and 2. Can we come out the other side incident free? You betcha we can. In around turns 1 and 2, James Westerman leads them around after lap number 1. Aaron Brooklyn looking racy. He's on the outside of Cornelius. Eddie Franz has come from about the 3rd row to sneak right down the inside. Oh, he's given Brooklyn a bit of a push around turns 1 and 2. Tries to unsettle Brooklyn. Avon Erskine's right amongst it there as well. Sherlock's down there. Matt Bailey, sorry. Then we go back to Hackett, Kalk, Crosby, Martin. Man, there's some heavy hitters in this field. Couple of laps into this one here. 20 laps of action. The Fresh Choice Cromwell Aotea Production Saloon Cup. Still Westerman, car number 28, the FG Falcon, the rear-wheel drive machine out in front at the moment. He's copping all sorts of pressure from Eddie Franz, car 51 out of Nelson. Brooklyn in 3rd place, and we go back to Cornelius, Bailey, Erskine, Hackett, Kalk, Martin, Crosby, Woods, Jagged, Vaughan Fairburn, Ricky Pilley. If you asked me at the start of the weekend, would a front-wheel drive car win this here? I would have said absolutely, but out front at the moment, that FG Falcon of James Westerman doing the business here. Long way to run in this one here. 20-lap feature final, 16 laps to run here. Franz and Westerman starting to pull away from the pack here. Cornelius now moves himself up to 3rd place. Car number 33, of course, that's Aaron Brooklyn. He's dropped back a couple of spots in this one here. We can expect to see him fight back. Down the main straight, Westerman again. Franz looking down the inside. They're side by side, down in 1 and 2. Erskine now, he's in a great battle with Bailey. They're side by side coming out of 2. Sam Martin tries to find a way past Hackett. Crosby and Pilley, they've got their own little battle happening, both those cars. Heading down infield, managing to get back out. Through comes Westerman once more. Then Franz, Cornelius, Brooklyn in behind him. A little bit of Morse code on the rear bumper there from Aaron Brooklyn. Trouble down there for car 72. Almost got wiped out by the 66 machine, the AU Falcon of Cox, when he shot down to the infield. So 1 casualty so far. That's Blake Hamilton, car 72 from Riverside. He parks up. Still Westerman out in front. Last time around, 0.3 of a second, the gap from 1st to 2nd place. Through comes Westerman once more. Takes the Falcon right out to the wall here. Nothing between his car and the concrete wall. Sam Martin trying to work a way through now as well. He's in amongst traffic. He's managed to get past Tyler Kalk, now chasing down Hackett. Oh, Crosby's parked up down there in turn number 3. We're going to see the first yellow of this race, and it's going to be for Alex Crosby. He's been impressive so far this season, well, this event I should say. Usually runs a 6-shooter. He parks down there in turn number 3. That car there comes to a grinding halt. This will condense the field up once more. But Alex Crosby, he will head to the infield, take no longer part in this feature final. So the Speedway New Zealand officials, the lap scorers, all just making sure that everybody is in the correct race order for the restart of this one here. Fresh Choice Cromwell Aotea Production Saloon Cup. First time it's ever been run right here at Central Motor Speedway. Of course, we used to have the New Zealand Production Saloon Championship. We did that for 4 years I think it was. And then, of course, they became a non-championship grade. Bit of a shame because, man, there's certainly been some great racing this weekend. Or Aaron Brooklyn with a big look up the inside of Vaughan Cornelius. He's gone to the front of this one here. He's up the inside of Franz and Westerman as well. So I do wonder whether he jumped that one there or whether or not he was just on the gas as soon as the light went green. We'll wait and see, but he's off to a fly. Oh, Bailey's gone around. Erskine goes into him. The old story, cautions breed cautions, and we're going to see that right here. Not even a lap into this restart. And the 85 of Matt Bailey spins in turn 3. And then, of course, Erskine with nowhere to go. So the front of Bailey's car, a lot of damage to that there. You can see Bailey just yelling to the officials just to check things out there. Aaron Brooklyn got an absolute flyer. Just looking at the replay here, there was a lot of contact between Franz and Westerman early in that one there. And they went down the back straight, still contact between Westerman and Franz. And then Cornelius it was, Cornelius and Bailey. They made contact. Of course, that sent Bailey around. He's currently down in 5th place. Hackett just behind him. Then Martin and Kalk. So Brooklyn certainly doesn't get the run on them this time around. He's still currently sitting in 4th place, but he might get a look down the inside of Cornelius. Can't quite get the nose down the inside. So Eddie Franz again, trying to chase down the FG Falcon of James Westerman. Heads around turns number 3 and 4 here at Central Motor Speedway. Down the main straight. Franz still holding that 2nd placing. Picked up a couple of race wins yesterday from a couple of front grid starts. Had a tougher day today, but still did enough to bank enough points to be at the front end of the grid. Westerman comes through, then Franz, Cornelius. He qualified 2nd, Vaughan Cornelius. Then Brooklyn, Erskine. Here comes Sam Martin working his way through. He's down the outside of Hackett. Fairburn, he's trying to find his way through now as well. James Woods, he's on the outside. Ricky Pilley's in amongst the slot as well. Tyler Kalk, he's right in the middle of this battle. Certainly some very, very fast cars there. And out in front, still Westerman. Car 28, the Cats Tyres sponsored machine. Certainly an absolutely stunning looking car. Comes through once more. Lap starting to tick down here for our folks. A 20 lap feature final for the Fresh Choice Cromwell Aotea Production Saloon Cup. Cornelius. Oh, there's a gap between him and Brooklyn. The rear bumper on Brooklyn's car just coming adrift around turns number 3 and 4, flapping away there. And in fact, it's actually come off down on the main straight. So I'd imagine we will see another caution. We do. And that bumper's been absolutely demolished just down in front of the control tower here. So car 33 loses a bumper. Daniel Mokomoko down there grabbing that there and taking the spare parts down to the infield. So Sam Martin just looking on the replay using absolutely every inch of track that he can. Brooklyn come through. Martin actually collected that bumper on the way through. So the front of his car 14, just looking a wee bit beaten up as well. He's just coming past the control tower now. So car 14, that front bumper dragging on the ground. So we could have faced another issue here should that come adrift. So the third restart. James Westerman, the Cats Rolliston sponsored machine out of Christchurch. leading the way here at the moment. Franz has thrown absolutely everything at that car. Just hasn't done enough to make a pass. Again, Eddie Franz in second, just leaving a gap between himself and the race leader. Charges up there now, tucks in behind Westerman. So Westerman, Franz, Cornelius, Erskine, Sam Martin. Then we go back to Hackett, Kalk, Fairburn, Pilley. Jagged, he's right there as well. Then Clark, McKenzie, Gray, Stevie Nicks, Gavin Hurring as we go green. Sam Martin up the inside of Avon Erskine. Car 14, a lot of smoke coming out of Alistair Green's car number 47 from Riverside. Blake Murdoch just behind him. Then we go back to Cox, car number 66, the AU Falcon. Eddie Franz now thought about having a bit of a poke down the inside. They come through turns 1 and 2. Vaughan Cornelius hasn't really been a threat to Eddie Franz so far in this one here. Franz is wringing the neck out of car 51, trying to find a way down the inside of the big Falcon. Just can't get it done. He needs to be careful here because Cornelius is starting to buy into this one here. He's putting pressure on Franz with a big look down the inside. The two Nelson cars side by side down into 3 and 4. So yellow out once more. That's for Vaughan Fairburn this time, car 17. So very much a stop-start affair here in this feature race for the production saloons. Of course, the heat races, you'd have to say, were fairly clean. Not too many issues whatsoever. The odd stoppage here and there for a spun car, but man, this feature, we're up to 5 restarts in a 20-lap race as Vaughan Fairburn, he goes down to the infield. Some big in the Fresh Choice Cromwell Aotea Production Saloon Cup, the first running of this event. Oh, Eddie Franz tried to duck down the inside of Westerman. He got caught out there. He actually made contact, which allowed Cornelius to head down the inside. Franz now pushing Cornelius out to the wall. That was a pretty interesting move there by Franz. Sam Martin comes through. He's now in third place. In fact, we've gone yellow. It was an untidy start to that one there. Franz tucks back in again behind Westerman. Vaughan Cornelius got absolutely drilled. So in fact, looks like debris on the track down there on the exit of turn 2. So pretty untidy feature race from the production saloons. Of course, the more cars you add on track, the more action you are going to see. Everybody fighting over that same bit of real estate. Vaughan Cornelius very, very lucky there not to be pinned in the wall. Eddie Franz making contact with him. Lights are out, set for the 6th, might be the 7th restart here. Fresh Choice Cromwell Aotea Production Saloon Cup. Green flag about to drop. Can we make it through to the finish? Westerman out front. Eddie Franz in second place. Here comes Sam Martin with a big look down the inside of Vaughan Cornelius. Car 14 out of Eastern State Speedway in Blenheim. But Cornelius gets a nice run on the outside of 2. Slots back into that 3rd place. Erskine down in 5th at the moment. Then we go back to Kalk, Pilley. Jagged down there as well. Side by side around turns 3 and 4. Eddie Franz. Oh no, we might have another caution here with car number 47. We will. Alistair Green brings out another caution. Unbelievable stuff here in the final for the production saloons, folks. You can actually smell in the commentary box here that obviously the burnt oil out of Alistair Green's car as he went on through. That car's been smoking the whole race. Just a reminder, folks, if there is an incident happens on track and a car stops out by the fence, just don't go rushing up there. Production saloons, you will see the flames on those. The next cars that come out, you won't. So parents, there's another gentle reminder for you. If there is an incident on track, just make sure your kids do get back from the fence line. So Green will head down to the infield. Alrighty, lights are out, set for it's either the 7th or 8th restart. I've got it all written down here, but Westerman leads them around. Eddie Fran holding second place at the moment. Green flag drops, a big jump on the outside there by Sam Martin. He's gone the inside at every restart. He threw car 14 to the outside. Tyler Kalk having a look down there now as well. He looks interested. Car number 48, Cornelius, he's been done this time. Eddie Franz, he's challenging for the lead of this one here. Sam Martin's right there. So's Westerman. This is really starting to heat up. Don't discount Tyler Kalk here in car number 48. Then we go back to Jagged. Ricky Pilley. Oh, Kalk. He's put Martin around. Got him behind him and absolutely fed him around. Cornelius comes back and we have a new race leader, Eddie Franz. Sam Martin stays parked up and he won't be going anywhere. Another restart. Kalk's gone down to the infield there. Just watching the replay here. In fact, it was Sam Martin was getting into the side of Westerman. And then Kalk just came from behind, sent Sam Martin on his way. So Martin's going to head back up and pop into that 4th position. Kalk's gone down to the infield, so he's the man possibly responsible for that there. But in saying that, Martin was into Westerman before Kalk got there. So Kalk didn't really have a lot of option. He had nowhere to go. And that's where the contact was made. So I wouldn't say sole blame was on the 48 car. Sam Martin did actually have a little bit to do with that incident himself. So Franz out in front. Then we go back to Westerman. He's the man that has led just about every single lap here tonight until that last restart where Franz got a jump. Then we go to Martin, Cornelius. Jagged's up there as well. The man, Ray Jagged from Wanganui. He's up in 5th place. Ricky Pilley in 6th. Avon Erskine in 7th. Then we go back to Hackett. A lot of smoke coming out of Erskine's car. Car number 18 as we go racing once more. Martin has a look on the outside of Westerman. They're side by side, the two big Falcons. They head off down the back straight. Sam Martin right down the outside of Westerman. Can he pull in? Eddie Franz, Blake Murdoch, he goes to the infield now as well. Car number 32, he's out of this one. Hopefully he's far enough off the pole line so we don't see another caution. Franz looking fast, set sail down the back straight. Cornelius now has made the jump on Westerman as well. He's fallen down into 4th place. Ricky Pilley charging hard. He wants a piece of the action in this one here. Through comes Franz. Erskine's car, all sorts of smoke coming out of the back of that, so that motor there about to let go as well. Yellows come on. In fact, I think they're going to stop that car on track, that machine of Hackett's car number 434 for that fire. I thought it was a bit of a backfire there for a start, but that car is actually on fire. So this race has had it all. It's had spins, it's had crashes, it's had fires, multiple stoppages. You can just see Hackett getting out of the car there.
Is that good?
Fire crew there pretty smartly. So I seen it when it came down into turns 1 and 2. The lap prior, there was a bright flame came out of the back, and it just looked like your standard backfire that you see in there, a flame that comes out. You don't usually see them in a production saloon, to be fair, but I thought, hey, this guy here could be running some pretty grunty juice in this machine. And yeah, then of course the orange lights come on, and the orange light under the car didn't go out. So Hackett goes in. Avon Erskine to the infield now as well. Car number 18, of course, he was running as high as 4th place at one stage here today. So Erskine parks up on the infield. Almost as many cars parked up on the infield as what there is on track at the moment. Man, this race has been absolute. It's had it all, folks. It really has had it all. The only thing we haven't had yet is the checkered flag to crown ourselves a Fresh Choice Cromwell Aotea Production Saloon Cup winner. It's not too far away. Man, there's been some battles in this one. Green flag drops once more here. Sam Martin attacks the outside of Eddie Franz. Franz directed him right down to the wall there. Did not give Sam Martin an inch. Cornelius ducks down the inside now as well. That's your battle for 2nd and 3rd place. Sam Martin's bonnet flapping around, the front bumper hanging off. Man, he's been in the wars in this one. White flag comes out. One more lap to go here, folks, for the Fresh Choice Cromwell Aotea Production Saloon Cup. And it's Eddie Franz from Nelson who leads this one here. Oh, Waterman feeds Sam Martin out towards the wall. Ricky Pulley says, thanks very much. I'm going to head right up the inside and be crowned 3rd place here, so long as he gets to the flag. But it's going to be Franz who takes this one here out. Cornelius in 2nd place, ahead of Pilley in 3rd. The two Falcons that were battling it out 4th and 5th. What a race, folks. An absolute battle of attrition here for the Fresh Choice Aotea Production Saloon Cup. A big thanks to all the sponsors: Fresh Choice Cromwell, Placemakers, Oakley's Bathroom Solutions and Plumbing Supplies, not just plumbing, McDonough Contracting, B&T Cromwell, Crane High-Ab Services, Versatile, Crichton Sandblasting and Painting. What a final. And it's Eddie Franz. He's battered and bruised as well. He's certainly had the elbows out in this one here. He takes out the Fresh Choice Cromwell Aotea Production Saloon Cup here at Central Motor Speedway. We'll go for a quick break, folks, and we'll be back with the 34-lap feature final, folks, for the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship right here at Central Motor Speedway.
Are you building a new commercial business or home? Or is it time that your existing premise has had a repaint anywhere in the South Island? Then Anderton Decorators have you covered. From floor to ceiling, wall to roof, Anderton Decorators offer the latest techniques, equipment and technology to make even the hardest tasks seem simple. Anderton Decorators also has the expert team to take the frustration out of your next project. Call Shane today on 027 Painting. That's 027 724 6846. Anderton Decorators. We have you covered.
What you think you do with your four-wheel drive. What you actually do with your four-wheel drive.
No matter what you do with your four-wheel drive, we've got the right tyre for you. So come on down to Mag and Turbo.
Alrighty folks, welcome back to Central Motor Speedway. It all boils down to this, the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship. Once again, a big thanks to our sponsors, Riverlands, Holiday Park and Kaiapoi, ITM, Southern Lakes, Stealth Engineering, VIP Structural Steel, Lucinda Dixon from Lab Realty, and of course Debbie the Webster, Mike Pero in Marlborough. So folks, are you ready for the final of the Super Saloon Championship for 2023-24? Is anyone still awake at Central Motor Speedway? Make some noise, folks. Are you ready for this 34-lap final here at Central Motor Speedway? Absolutely fantastic sight. All of the drivers, the crews, down on the back straight here at Central Motor Speedway. The scene is set, folks. We're going to head infield, hand over to Grace Tico for the New Zealand National Anthem.
Hei hoa atua o ngā iwi matura a ta whakarongona me aroha noa ki atua ko te pai ki a tauto a ta whai mana ki tia mai Aotea God God of nations, at thy feet. In the bonds of love we meet. Hear our voices, we entreat. God, defend our free land. God, Pacific's triple star, from the shafts of strife and war, make her praises heard afar. God, defend New Zealand.
Absolutely fantastic, folks. Put your hands together. Grace Tico, the New Zealand national anthem. Man, I've got absolute goosebumps on the old arms up here. The scene is set. Cannot wait for this one here. A lot to unfold in this race. Can Chris Cowling go back to back the current 1NZ? Will we see a new champion? Will we see a repeat champion? So much more to unfold here, and very, very fitting, very, very cool that these cars here are all parked down there. They're faced down into turn number 3. Of course, in behind turn number 3, a great mate of all of these drivers, a memorial down there to Peter Dixon. So an emotional time for a lot of these drivers, and of course the Dixon family, great to have them here this weekend as well. Just over a year since we lost a great mate. So the scene is set. The drivers down there at the moment just going through their paces. Ricky Bolton there gives his wife Angie a bit of a smooch, jumps into the 861 machine. "34 laps, of course, a tribute to the one and only Ray Stewart. Car number 34. Amazing at the moment, just watching. I've got the screen up here, just seeing what's going through the minds of these drivers, the crews, giving them just the last few instructions, a few reminders. Mark Osborne there just signalling to the crowd. He's done it 3 times before, a 3-time New Zealand champion. Absolutely remarkable record. Malcolm Nartai down there as well, looking fairly relaxed. Car number 19, the Suck It Up machine. He's certainly been involved in some massive speedway events, be it super stocks, be it super saloons. Ewan Shearing there. He's impressed me this weekend. He starts in the top 10 in his Hypermac. Crew there just setting Ewan up, getting the bounce all sorted. Ian Burson, the baby-faced assassin down there, car number 21, never won a New Zealand title. He's had plenty of small numbers on that car. Will tonight be the night? Absolutely fantastic scenes down here on the back straight as we get set for this feature final. You guys have been absolutely fantastic here tonight, a great crowd. I was just outside before talking to some of the fans down on the fence line. They loved that Production Saloon final just a moment ago. There was plenty of action in that. But of course the big dance about to unfold. Steve Cowling, a former New Zealand champion. He's had a mixed bag of results this weekend. Another driver you cannot discount. Hayden Mackay there, car number 86 out of Christchurch. Shane McIntyre, he's done it twice before, the New Zealand Championship, car number 26. He's had a mixed bag of results this weekend. Alistair Lister just getting belted up, car number 4 down there as well, his crew looking after him. Gary Edwards there, picked himself up a heat race win. Certainly some big guns down the tail of the field here. Craig Cardwell, the 3NZ, he's been 3NZ for the last 2 years. He's got some work to do in this one here. The crew just making sure that everything's sorted for Cardwell. Trevor Elliott in behind him. Bodie Abrahamson down there as well. Kane Lawson, another driver who's had some mixed results so far this weekend. Matt Green, car number 59 out of Beechton Speedway. And of course Wayne Belk, the Mopar down there as well. So it all comes down to this, comes down to one race. Amazing, as I said before, motorsport can be a cruel sport. You can have someone that absolutely dominates all weekend, but when it comes down to this final, a flat tyre or a spin in turn number one, game over. You can have an absolute horrid weekend, come from the back of the grid, work your way through, chip away there, and end up taking out the title. That's what Speedway is. That's why we love it. It's the unknowns. And this weekend really has been full of unknowns here at Central Motor Speedway. Debbie the Webster there just walking off the track as well. She's a big supporter of Super Saloons. Great to see Debbie the Webster here at Central Motor Speedway. Alrighty folks, the 54th running of the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship about to get underway here at Central Motor Speedway. Great to see the crowd up on their feet. They're pinned against the fence line down there. They're checking out what the drivers are going through. Teams down there in front of the club rooms taking it all in as well. There's nothing more they can do here tonight. They've done all the hard yards over the last few days. They've cleaned the car, they've fixed the car, they've towed the car down here. A massive thanks to all of the travelling drivers that have come down here and made this event possible. It has been testing times across the Super Saloon grade, but it all comes down to this. The 25 best drivers in the Super Saloon class here, ready to battle it out. We'll take a look at the grid. Sam Waddell starts from position 1, but he's actually starting on the outside. He's taken position 2. So Cowling will start from grid position 1. Richie Taylor will start from grid position 3. Scott Haywood from grid position 4, car 92. Ricky Bolton starts from grid position 5 alongside one of your locals, folks, Greg Johnson in car 77. Malcolm Natai starts car 19 from 7th on the grid. Mark Osborne will start from 8th. 9th on the grid, we see Ian Burris in car number 21 from Nelson. Ewan Shearing on his outside, car number 69. Ray Stewart will start car number 34 from 11th. Ryan Marsden on his outside in grid position 12. Steve Cowling starts car for number 37 from 13th on the grid. Benji Snedden starts car 8 from 14th. McIntyre from 15th. McKay from 16th. Put your hands together, folks, for this field of Super Saloons as they come around the track here, 4 wide at Central Motor Speedway. What a sight. Make some noise, Cromwell. Beautiful sight of the fireworks off the Crichton sandblasting pace car. Take it all in, folks. The sights, the smell, the taste of Speedway action here tonight at Central Motor Speedway. What an absolutely fantastic sight, folks. The liveries on these cars. Glistening under the lights here at Central Motor Speedway. The best of the best on track. One of these drivers tonight, and only one can leave with the 1NZ emblazoned on the door of their car. They will carry it for another 12 months. Can it be Chris Cowling? He's had some testing times this weekend, but the cream rises to the top. He's managed to get himself up to qualify grid position 2. Sam Waddell, the top qualifier, has decided to start from the outside. Man, that's going to be a battle in itself. Down into that tight turn 1 and 2. Richie Taylor, the crowd favourite here. How many times has he been the 2NZ Tell you what, 3 times he's been the 2NZ. Ian Burson out there as well. 3 times he's been the 3NZ. He's also been the 2NZ. Couple of guys that deserve to have had the 1NZ on their car. Will tonight be the night, folks. Waddell, Cowling lead them off. This is the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship. It all comes down to this. 34 laps of race action. I'm pumped. Are you pumped, Cromwell? We're set to go racing. Green flag about to drop here. Waddell on the outside, Cowling on the inside. It's the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship. And it's Waddell who gets down to turns 1 and 2 here. Off to an absolute flyer at the start. What a sight here, Cromwell. Super Saloon New Zealand Champs Final. Waddell leads them through. A nice start by Hayward. He's moved himself up into 3rd place at the moment. Tucks in behind Cowling. Clean so far. It's early days here. Bit of a tangle up down the back straight between Snedden and Ray Stewart. They managed to free each other, but Sam Waddell on an absolute flyer at the moment. He's got a couple of car lengths as he comes out of turn number 2. Set sail down the back straight. Sam Waddell, the man from Bay Park Speedway, on an absolute flyer early in this one here. It's 34 laps. There's a long, long way to go. Richie Taylor pulls up in behind Hayward. Hayward's been racy all weekend. Mark Osborne's right there as well. He's in 5th place at the moment, side by side with Taylor. He's looking pretty racy in the early stages. In fact, he's starting to challenge Richie Taylor down there for 4th and 5th place. Then we go back to Bolton, Greg Johnson, Malcolm Natai, Ian Burson, Ewan Shearing, Ryan Marsden. Through comes Sam Waddell. Starts to power away from Cowling. Cowling won't be too stressed at this stage. He can still see Sam Waddell up in front. There's a long way to go. 29 laps as a matter of fact in this feature race for the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship. Hayward giving chase at the moment. He's in 3rd place. Here comes Mark Osborne with a look down the inside of Taylor. The 2 Christchurch cars still side by side. Taylor powers out. Wee bit of contact there between Hayward. Oh, in fact, we've got a car down in turn number 3. The first stoppage in this one here. Zab Marsden saying, in fact, looks like car 6 of Kane Lawson down there as well, spinning in turn number 3. So it looks to be Kane Lawson, car 54. It is Kane Lawson, car 54. In fact, he's a bit of sign language out the window there, so I'm not sure who that tangle up was with. So the left front of car 54, dead flat. He's made contact with someone. He singled out someone when they drove past before. He's not happy, Ryan Marsden, at all. But I'm not sure who that contact was with. So crash crew down there. First stoppage of this race here. First caution, I should say, of this race. And that's for Ryan Marsden. Absolute fierce pace in this one here so far. Craig Cardwell, he's been a mover in this one here. He's jumped up a few spots. The 3NZ, Kane Lawson rejoins the field. Sam Waddell gives him a chance just to regather his thoughts. Cowling, Hayward, Taylor, Mark Osborne, then Bolton, Greg Johnson, Malcolm Natai, Ian Burson, Ewan Shearing, Benji Snedden, then Mackay, Ray Stewart, Cardwell, McIntyre, Steve Cowling, Gary Edwards, Bodie Abrahamson, Alistair Lister, Trevor Elliott, Kane Lawson, Wayne Balk, and Matt Green. That's your order at the moment. Ryan Marsden out of this one. But it's the Brokers Limited machine of Sam Waddell who's led the early stages here. So we go green once more. Sam Waddell leads him around the first restart here of the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship. Cowling in second place. Hayward just holding on to third. Richie Taylor looking pretty interested at the moment, sticking the nose of that CB2 machine, car number 58 down the inside of Hayward. Hayward's been racy all weekend. Certainly been the surprise package for me. Ricky Bolton now, he's made a move on Osborne to the 861, now up to 5th place. Osborne just behind him, so he's been off to a good start from the restart. Osborne losing a spot. Cardwell up to 14th in this one here. Still Sam Waddell out in front. Trouble there for car number 59. Matt Green, he heads down to the infield. So the two Lovelady Mustangs are both out of this one here early. Osborne's managed to get the job done on Ricky Bolton, so he's taken that spot back. Certainly plenty going on further down the pack here at the moment in this New Zealand Super Saloon Championship final. 25 to run. Sam Waddell with a healthy lead at the moment over Cowling, then Hayward, Richie Taylor, Osborne. Osborne's fast, of course. He was behind Bolton before. Now he's getting right up onto the back of Richie Taylor. Then we go back to Bolton. Greg Johnson, another car out down there as well. Is that the 3NZ? It is. So Cardwell, Craig Cardwell, your 3NZ, parks up on the infield. Absolute gutting for the man from Auckland. His championship now done. Cowling actually looks like he's starting to make inroads on Sam Waddell. Watch the 1NZ machine of Chris Cowling. He's looking racy. The gap definitely starting to shrink here. There's only a car length between the lead cars in the early stages of this one here, the 34-lap feature final for the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship for 2023-24. He's right on his rear bumper. Here comes the reigning champion, Chris Cowling, putting all sorts of pressure on Sam Waddell. Can Waddell hold him back? This is the battle for the lead of this race. Waddell covers, but he's in all sorts of trouble at the moment. Cowling looking racy. Through they come once more. Hayward chasing hard. Then we've got Taylor, Osborne, Bolton. A car length and a half, 2 car lengths as Sam Waddell goes down the back straight. Lap traffic not too far away from the leaders at the moment. That could play a part in the New Zealand Championship as well. Visibility pretty tough out there at the moment. A lot of dust here at Central Motor Speedway. Cowling throwing absolutely everything he can at the moment. That CB2 machine of his, pushing as hard as he can here. He won the New Zealand Super Saloon Grand Prix at this track last season. We've gone yellow, a pile up down here. Osborne's in that one there, and so's Richie Taylor. They were battling for 4th and 5th place. Busy watching the leaders. I'm not sure if there was contact there, whether or not one spun, the other one spun to avoid him. Not sure, we'll wait and see. Both cars look like they're going to rejoin the field. Richie Taylor and Mark Osborne. Still a lot to unfold in this one here, folks. The lights are out. We're set to go racing once more. Osborne and Taylor rejoin the field where they ended before. Sam Waddell, can he hold off Cowling? Hayward looks interested. Mark Osborne with a big look down the inside of Taylor, but Taylor defends. Here comes Richie Taylor right down the inside of Hayward, down into 1 and 2. Hayward's going to loop a contact with Bolton. Johnson. Snelling goes in there as well. So Hayward spins down there in turn number 2. So we'll wait and see what happens down there. We've got Ray Stewart parked up as well. Benji Snedden. Stewart looks like he's managed to pull away from that one there. Trevor Elliott. So we've got the replay here in the commentary box thanks to the team at Pitts Media. So Waddell got off to a good start. Cowling followed him. Richie Taylor took a big look down the inside of Hayward. They made a little bit of contact going into turn number 3. Hayward went around, and as the nose of Hayward's car came down, it clipped Bolton, and then of course Johnson came in and Benji Snedden. So they were pretty much innocent bystanders in that one there. So he will take his place at the front. Cowling will pop in behind him, the base-up sponsored machine from Bay Park Speedway up in Tauranga. Certainly been a fitting champion throughout 2022-23. He won everything there was to win last year. The New Zealand Super Saloon Championship, the New Zealand Super Saloon Grand Prix, the North Island Championship and the South Island Championship. Never been done before. Cowling banked everything last season. Since then, Sam Waddell has been crowned North Island Super Saloon Champion. Tonight we crown a New Zealand Super Saloon Champion. Can Cowling go back to back? Can Sam Waddell hold him off? We've got a lot to play out on this one here. Oh, the bonnet on Hayward's car's come up, car number 92, so he's got all sorts of visibility issues down there now as well to contend with. Car number 92. That'll be an absolute handful to drive that machine at the moment. Every time he powers onto the straight, up comes the bonnet. Visibility near nothing. Oh, Richie Taylor, car 58, spears down to the infield. He's out of this one here. One of the early favourites, Richie Taylor. His aspirations of a small number here tonight, gone. Sam Waddell stretches the legs down the back straight. He powers away from Cowling. Remember, Cowling reeled him in early on. Waddell's managed to have a bit of a breather. Cowling here. Here comes Osborne down the inside of Hayward. Car 16. The stealth machine from Christchurch down the inside of Scott Hayward. That's for third place. Then we go back to Bolton. Johnson. He's next in the queue. How Hayward can see where he's going out there at the moment, I've got no idea. That bonnet taking up all vision as Ray Stewart goes around down there in turn number 3 and 4. Ray Stewart, the heavy tracks hire machine, the Hypermac, spins in turn number 3 and 4. Manages to fire up. He will rejoin this race. Look at car number 92, folks. He's pretty much driving by feel out there at the moment. He tucks in behind Mark Osborne. They had a great battle for that third spot there. Mark Osborne, 3-time New Zealand Super Saloon Champion. This weekend, the first time he has put that car on track. It's had its teething issues, but he's been quick here this afternoon. He picked up 2 race wins in the heat races here this afternoon. Now finds himself in third place at the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship. Can he improve that result? Hayward in 4th place. Ricky Bolton in 5th. It's been a good performance from Bolton. Greg Johnson, car number 77 out of Central Motor Speedway. He's been absolutely fantastic this weekend. Great crew of guys down there. I caught up with them yesterday. They just love going racing. Certainly put on a show here this afternoon. Malcolm Nartai's here. Ian Burson, Bodie Abrahamson. He's picked up a stack of spots in this one. He started right at the tail of the field. He's mid-pack now. He's worked his way through. Benji Snedden, car 8, the SP Tools machine from Kihi Speedway. Ewan Shearing behind him. Then we've got McIntyre, Edwards, Trevor Elliott, Another car peeling off down to the infield there as well. That's Steve Cowling. A lot of damage to his car, car 37. As we go green once more. Down to turns 1 and 2. Cowling just needs to keep an eye on Mark Osborne. Osborne's got the bit between his teeth here tonight at Central Motor Speedway. He started well down the order. Cowling trying to put as much pressure as he can on Sam Waddell. It's really starting to tighten up front here. Mark Osborne started in 8th place. He's now racing the leaders in this one here. Waddell high and wide, takes car 18 right out to the wall. Here comes Osborne down the inside of Cowling. Can he get the job done? Cowling comes back down the inside. What a move. This is great racing at the top end of town here at the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship. Sam Waddell down low between 1 and 2. Osborne and Cowling, they're in an absolute dogfight down there at the moment for 2nd and 3rd place. Then we go back to Hayward. Ricky Bolton having a look on the inside of him. Greg Johnson just behind them. With these 3 cars up front. Unfinished business in the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship. Oh, Osborne's fallen off the pace there. Does he have an issue? Or can he come back? Looks like he's regathered himself again. Car number 16, so obviously just a wee bit of an issue coming out of turn number 2. Oh, more contact down there for Hayward. Is that Ngatai right up the inside? It is. So car number 19, former New Zealand Super Stock champ, works his way through. Hayward goes to the infield. So still Sam Waddell who leads this one here. Cowling chasing hard. Couple of car lengths between the leaders at the moment. Then we go back to Mark Osborne, Ricky Bolton, Malcolm Ngatai, Ian Burson, Bodie Abrahamson trying to work his way through here as well. He's had a good run. Cowling now starting to put a ton of pressure on the race leader. Has a look on the inside down here between 1 and 2. We have a new race leader here at the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship. And it is the reigning champion, Chris Cowling, who's worked his way to the front of the field here. Can Sam Waddell fight back? Cowling stretching the legs at the moment. Waddell trying to fight back. Osborne trying to get up to the leaders. Ngatai trying to chase down Ricky Bolton. Laps counting down. Sam Waddell absolutely wringing the neck on car 18. He's starting to come back to Cowling. Down the back straight. What a sight here at Central Motor Speedway. Lap traffic up in front of them in the form of Wayne Balk. They haven't had to contend with lap traffic yet in this one here due to the caution periods. Wayne Balk, he heads down to the infield. Manages to come back out just behind the leaders. Kane Lawson sideways alongside Ewan Shearing. Ray Stewart there as well. Through comes Cowley once more. Sam Waddell holding second. Here comes Osborne. Osborne again just scrubbed a lot of speed off in turn number 2. Bolton's in 4th place. Then we go back to Malcolm Ngatai. Race leader comes through. He's really starting to pull a gap on Sam Waddell and Mark Osborne. Osborne sizing up Sam Waddell down there on the inside of turn 1 and 2. As Cowling's at the other end of the straight, dealing with lap traffic in the form of Ray Stewart, Ewan Shearing and Kane Lawson. Will this here hold the leader up? Cowling right under the back of Ray Stewart. Needs to find a way through, needs to get through cleanly and pull a gap on these lap cars. He can't afford for Sam Waddell. The checkered flag comes down, didn't even see the white come out. The New Zealand champ, Cowling, goes back to back. Waddell in 2nd place and Mark Osborne in 3rd. Car around down there in turn number 4. But it's Cowling, your 1NZ from Bay Park Speedway. repeats what he did 12 months ago at Beachland Speedway. Chris Cowling goes back-to-back here at Central Motor Speedway. He will retain the 1NZ on the side of the CB2. Congratulations, Cowling Motorsport. They've had a pretty tough weekend, but they've managed to put that car at the front of the field when it mattered. Chris Cowling parks up alongside Sam Waddell and Mark Osborne. Those boys race the wheels off those cars here tonight in this 34-lap feature final. And it's going to be Cowling to collect the checkered flag just in front of the com box here. What a sight, those top three cars putting on an absolute show here at Central Motor Speedway. Sam Waddell absolutely threw everything he had at this race, but Cowling, all class, got the job done. What a race, folks. Anyone who had a bad word to say about this championship leading up to it should be sitting at home eating their words. Because these drivers, these crews, have absolutely put on a show here tonight at Central Motor Speedway. Don't go anywhere, folks. Presentations still to come down there in turn number 3. So if you want to head on down that direction there and celebrate with the winners, they'll be parked up down there. What a race. Unbelievable stuff here at Central Motor Speedway. Sam Waddell. Man, unbelievable. Here comes Cowling just stepping out of his car at the moment. Put your hands together, folks. Your 2023-24 New Zealand Super Saloon champion, Chris Cowling. What a sight here, folks. The champion elite. Absolute class. Mark Osborne celebrates down there. Sam Waddell, he threw absolutely everything he had at him. Morris Cowling, former New Zealand champion himself, the father of Chris Cowling, celebrates with his son. Absolute jubilation. What a sight here at Central Motor Speedway. Cowling can't believe it. He's a 3-time New Zealand Saloon champion. He's now a 2-time New Zealand Super Saloon champion. Absolutely incredible stuff here at Central Motor Speedway. So many of the people down there on the infield that have made this possible. Ivan Murdoch down there, of course, he was the Speedway New Zealand infield scrutineer. Sam Waddell talking to his crew down there. He knows that he threw absolutely everything he could at this championship. Ricky Bolton, Malcolm Nartide down there as well. Man, they put on a performance. So we're going to head down to the infield, folks. Gabe's down there. And I think he's going to have a yarn to the new 3NZ. We've got Mark Osborne.
Yeah, that's right. We're here with the new 3NZ. Mark Osborne, how's that one feel?
It was a long bloody race, mate. No, it was good. Car was a little bit loose, so I just had to hang on. But it was good. It was good fun. I was stoked to have fucking 3NZ, mate. It's cool.
How hard was it to see out there? Very dusty in that race.
Yeah, it was a bit, especially when we were getting up by the wall here. Not sure if I touched it, but I think we got pretty close. Chris got onto it a little bit. But no, it was cool. It was a good race. It was a pretty hard battle.
Early on, you dropped 2 places. Was that just taking your penalty during the early stages of the race, try and not make it done in the, I guess, referee's box?
Yeah, it was actually. It was pretty shit, actually. But accidental contact, but I guess it's a rule, so I had to go back 2. But got them back again, so we're all right.
And obviously sponsors on the car you want to thank as well.
Yeah, no, all my sponsors and all my crew. Yeah, awesome effort by everyone. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. There you go, race fans, and your new 3NZ, the 16C of Mark Osborne to the new 2NZ, all the way from the Mount Maunganui. There's the 18M former 1NZ. He's now your new 2NZ, Sam Waddell. Sam, you were leading there early on, but just couldn't quite hold out Chris there.
Yeah, that one hurts a bit, but hey, got to take my head off to Chris. He's a top competitor, and he deserves it more than anyone, and he was bloody fast at the end of the race, and yeah, just can't say enough to my guys for all the amount of hours they put into this car, and it's not what we wanted, but hey, 2 will take it.
You got to be happy with the 2NZ though. Obviously the track out there, very difficult conditions out there.
Yeah, the track was interesting this weekend, compared to whenever we usually run here. Usually it's up on the fence and pretty fast, but it was sort of hunkered down on the bottom. But hey, we had to adapt and get the car fine-tuned to the track, and yeah, it's all part of the game.
And obviously sponsors on the car you want to thank for getting you all the way down here to the Central Otago.
Yeah, just a massive thank you to JW Investments, King Signs, Brokers United, Heated Design Studios. Massive thank you to my mum and my dad for their support, my partner Greer, Mason, Baldy for the massive amount of hours they put into the car week in, week out, and Chris and Lewis for their help this weekend as well.
Righty, congratulations, man. There you go, race fans. Give them a round of applause. Your new 2NZ. It is the 18M of Sam Waddell. And we'll just wait for a few photos to be taken with probably one of the happiest men in New Zealand at the moment. He is the reigning, defending 1NZ and still Chris Cowling. It took a while, but you eventually got there in the end.
Yeah, I actually didn't even know the race had finished, to be honest. I was still battling away with the lappers and that, but yeah, I mean, Marcus passed me there at one stage, and Sammy was good on the restarts. It took a little while for my gear to get going, but yeah, I tell you what, that race happened so quick, but it was a good battle. It's always good fun with him, and yeah, Mark up here again, but oh, what an amazing car my guys gave me. We scratched our heads a little bit after the heats. We thought we weren't quick enough, but track kind of come our way a wee bit, I guess. So fantastic job. I can't thank my dad enough, and my brother, my family. This one means a lot, you know. Pete's up in turn 3 there, so this one, this place he won his title, and Dunedin was special, but this is even more special, you know. So.
Well, we'll go let you lap it up with your crew and fans as well, but we've got to thank your sponsors all the way from Mount Maunganui, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I want to thank the boys in the shed firstly, Dylan, Paul, Brad, Morley, and yeah, they do an amazing job for us because we've got families now, so it's family sports, pretty cool. My partner has been amazing this weekend. She's let me sleep while looking after the 2 cherubs, so I can't thank her enough for what she does. My crew, it's best in the business for me, you know. I love what they do, and we get to do this together, but we've got a great backing behind us from Permapine, Base Up, Tauranga ITM, Ned Performance Autos gives us a great motor. Needed all of that tonight, Neddy boys, so thank you very much. We got that thing sorted. Fortress Fasteners, Performance Engineering Solutions, Brad does an amazing job on these cars, and just everyone else who gives us a hand. I mean, like I say, it's a big family thing for us, and it's great to have all the support.
Well, you're very much deserving 1NZ, Chris. Enjoy it for the next 12 months, eh?
I will, mate. Thank you.
There you go, race fans, and still your 1NZ. As we'll go and chat with a couple of the 4th place drivers. We'll go chat with El Presidente. He's hopping in his car, so we'll try to get him just for a couple quick questions. Ricky, finished 4th in that one, just couldn't quite get the top 3 cars.
Yeah, it's a torsion car, and the track, you know, came to the 4 bars. We gave it everything it had for a torsion girl for an old one, but yeah, it was a bit hard to see. We were struggling for sight, you know, your braking marks and getting into the turn, and but no, I'm happy with that. It was certainly rough. Well, I was, man. There was cars getting taken out and spun out, and I thought I was in a stock car teams race there for a while, but I was lucky to get away with no damage here in 1 and 2. So yeah, we'll go and get through tech and go and have a beer.
Well, you did the torsions proud. Got a few sponsors on the car you want to thank, obviously, as well.
Yeah, just Gypsy Royal Stud, BRT, and Elson Eldercare. Sorry, Phantom Eldercare.
Righty, congratulations, 4th place, mate, eh?
Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Cheers.
Righty, as well, we'll go talk to our new 5th place driver. Last weekend, he was racing Super Stocks. This weekend, he's now your new 5NZ, Malcolm Ngatai, as 5th place in New Zealand Super Saloon title. You've got to be happy with that, man.
Yeah, we're happy to keep it on its, lock it on its wheels. So we went up on our roof last weekend at New Zealand Super Stocks. I had a top 10 goal for the weekend, so 5 I'm real happy with.
And obviously the track out there, she was pretty difficult to see out there.
Well, you couldn't hardly see a thing in front of you, and it made it hard to make a pass because you couldn't really see where the pole line that was, and the referees would have hammered us if we hit the pole line too much. So, I'm real happy with 5. The crew put on a big effort tonight after I'd been in the car in one of the heats. So, big ups to the crew and everyone around us. They did well to get the car back for me.
We'll try to get you maybe a better position next weekend at your home track for the GP, eh?
Yeah, we're still flipping the coin if we're going Rotorua or GP, but I think the crew want to stay home next weekend, so sorry Sonia, but I might have to put someone else in my car, so we're probably going to stay home for the GP.
Oh, you should go well there. Congratulations, 5th place in New Zealand Super Saloon title.
Thank you.
Alrighty, race fans, that is us done and dusted here for Central Motor Speedway for the 54th Annual New Zealand Super Saloon title. My name's Gabriel Bond. Thanks everyone for joining in for the Pits Media TV. We'll join you next weekend, where one stream will be at the World 240s in Rotorua, where the other one with me will be at the New Zealand Street Stock Championship in Wellington. But from everyone here at Central Motor Speedway, the club, the drivers, everyone, we'll thank you for joining the stream, and we'll catch you next weekend.